right? Science has a religion. They have a high priest or high priests, which we call the peer review boards, right? This is who they go to validate their belief. One of the things that they have to realize is that science has gone well beyond the acknowledgement that consciousness exists without physical matter, because physical matter is at the quantum level unseeable, untouchable, and barely measurable. So, in that regard, we can definitely talk about consciousness being outside of the physical brain, outside of the body, outside of something that we can physically measure. And so, when we get to talk about it, there's actually a study called the um, spooky action at a distance, right? Quantum entanglement, where they do studies to show that when they affect one particular photon, right, the photon, no matter how far it is, when it's entangled with that same photon, changes its direction, right? Without any type of measurable or any type of something that they can literally quantify. That's why it's called quantum mechanics, quantum physics. And so we know that consciousness exists without the physical body. They have a study called the double slit experiment, where the
Yes.
actual electron, right, is taken. They put the electron through a double slit. It comes out in a wave pattern, but as soon as they measure it, right, then that particular same electron functions as a particle. So it goes between wave and particle, but the secret is that when they do it, it changes, but they can't understand how it knows that they're watching. So
Exactly.
that proves unequivocally that we know that consciousness exists outside of physical, what we call physical matter. So I don't know what the argument is when it comes to that, but you don't need a brain for consciousness to exist.
Thank you. You know, you, and I'm not, thank you for adding that. That's great information. But even this is the thing, I'm not even saying that. Of course, consciousness and the brain is it's being researched. In That's the first place we go to is the brain, the mind. That's where we think the mind is. So I've never, I want to make it clear, I didn't say that consciousness is not or doesn't have anything to do with the brain, obviously. But when you say it only has to do with the physical brain, that's where it's a great, uh, it's misleading. And either he doesn't do much research on consciousness or he just is giving us his opinion, and which is fine. But he's coming out as if it was like, and I'm not trying to bash him, but it was the way the information of what he was putting out was so protected by Sonetter. And then Sonetter's like, no, Nepal, you can't respond. But wait a minute. That doesn't mean that I'm a know-it-all, like people try to say she's a know-it-all. She's a no. He said Nepal thinks she knows everything. Last time I checked, I'm the one that brought the topic consciousness up in the conversation. That doesn't mean that I'm the only one that knows about consciousness. But what are you talking about? I think I know everything. I brought the topic up to discuss it. So I just want to make that clear that I'm not saying it's not only, I'm not saying that it's not in the brain, but you know what? You need to block somebody. Are any of my mods in the chat? Block Six Fingers, okay? Because he's a piece of shit that always trolls. Stay over on Sonetter's channel forever. You couldn't pay me to be over here. Block Six Fingers, or I'll do it, and block anybody. Antonio Johnson, time him out. I didn't lose anything because guess what? Show me, answer me this question. Where did he show some empirical evidence that he was begging for? Where was the empirical evidence that he showed besides his opinion? Anybody? I promise I won't block you, Antonio Johnson. I asked him to time you out. Where's the empirical evidence that he presented? Did he present any empirical evidence? Or did he say his opinion?
No, his conjecture was that, the thing is that when you stay inside of a framework of thought and you don't come outside of it and don't study other topics and levels of reality, then you're stuck in limiting your understanding. And that's where he was really pushing his point, to say that consciousness is in the brain, where we can prove otherwise. And in fact, he made a very fatal mistake when he mentioned the Higgs boson. The Higgs boson, or what's called the God particle, right, is where they're going towards as far as understanding that consciousness is not inherent in physical, what we call, when I say physical matter, I don't mean that it's not something that's there. It's not something that we can't see, taste, or touch, but it is there.
Mm,
We can't see electrons, but they're there, right? Because we have electricity. We know that photons are there because we have light. So those are things that we know exist, but he was stuck on the point in that if without a brain, there's no such thing as consciousness. And we know, I mean,
right.
there's so many experiments I can go down the line. We could talk about the Schrodinger's cat. We could talk about there's an experiment by Johann Grasky in 1974 that shows that electrons have the inherent ability to make decisions. So at that point, then you've already lost the battle because we can't really you can't really say that it's stuck in the brain. Like you were trying to make, the point is that when you have one part of your hemisphere of your brain, the other hemisphere compensates. But how? Why? We're not consciously doing it. Something is doing it for us. And so that is where he kind of really was honing in on to say that if there's no brain, there's no
Right.
awareness.
Thank you so much for adding. Now, I saw someone say, show the study. You know, I'm going to
I
the
will.
internet right now, Googling. This is the first thing that pops up. Okay. This isn't a debate, but I can get the actual, study. This is an article on the study. Okay. Let me share this article. And we're both looking all, I mean, not both, we're all looking at this at the same time. Because this is something, if you even scratch the surface on wanting to understand consciousness, you would have known about this. He's up here, and again, I'm not bashing the guy, but he, to be protected by Sonnetter like that, that was weird. And then for him to be so wrong and still act like he was right, and then have the nerve to say, "Give me some empirical data." Okay, that is very much available. But again, I'm just grabbing an article from The Atlantic. First thing I saw when I Googled this: the brain damage that hides half the world. This is about I couldn't remember the name of it. Hemispatial neglect. Because this is something that's been out for ages. This information. So let me read this. A rare condition called hemispatial neglect reveals the invisible. You can see this article, right?
Yeah, I can see it.
Thank you. A rare condition called hemispatial neglect reveals the invisible seams in human consciousness. This article is by Michael Graziano. Okay. When I was a graduate student 25 years ago, I met a man I'll call Mr. X, who had recently recovered from a stroke to the right side of his cerebral cortex. Like many people with a neurological disability, he was intensely curious about his condition. And on his own initiative, he visited the neuroscience lab where I worked. He was friendly, engaged, intelligent, and a man of about 60. He wasn't allowed to drive, but because of his condition, obviously, but he had no obvious trouble walking, speaking, or interacting with people. I couldn't see any lingering symptoms in a casual conversation. He shook hands firmly. He could take care of himself. With his permission, us eager graduate students put him through a standard clinical assessment. This type of assessment is designed to be fast and low tech for easy use at a hospital bedside. We took a large sheet of paper, filled it with scattered horizontal line segments about an inch long, and put it on a table in front of him. Then we gave him a marker and asked him to put a vertical mark through every horizontal line on the page. I remember he laughed and said, "This again?" before confidently crossing out every horizontal line on the right-hand side of the page, but none on the left. It looked almost like a joke, but it wasn't. Hemispatial neglect is the purest known disruption of consciousness caused by brain damage. We pressed him to try again, to scan the page and make sure he got every target. After starting intently, he said, oops, and crossed out another 2 lines near the middle of the page. He still had missed every line on the left. Then, as he watched, we rotated the page until the left was on the right. He gave a start and laughed in astonishment. We had done a magic trick. As far as he was concerned, suddenly he was aware of all the lines he had missed. They were on his good side now. He had no idea where they had come from, but he could finally cross them out. We were pretty sure he didn't have a problem with his eyes. If someone is blind, okay, so we're getting to the fact that they realized that he had hemispatial neglect. Okay, let's see. Again, this is the first time I'm reading this, but this is hemispatial neglect. And let's see what it says about consciousness. Even more bizarre, if you give the same person a long stick instead of the laser pointer, the neglect comes back. Okay, this covers results like this show that the brain breaks space into at least 2 parts: the space of things you can reach with your hand or handheld tools. Okay, still talking about the hemispatial neglect. It's not saying much about consciousness though. The next picture shows the same house. Okay, maybe this is it. Hold on. Let me see. One of the most beautiful and revealing experiments on neglect showed that it is not just about the world around you, whether near or distant, but also about the world inside your imagination. Let's pause on that. One of the most beautiful revealing experiments on neglect, on the hemispatial neglect, showed that it is not just about the world around you, whether near or distant, but also about the world inside your imagination. The study involved patients whose far space was affected. If you ask one of the patients to close his or her eyes and imagine standing at the north end of a familiar city, he or she can describe the square from memory, but he'll list or she'll list only the buildings on his right side, more about the condition, without noticing that he's given an incomplete account. If you ask him to imagine standing on the south end of the same square, now he'll suddenly remember the opposite set of buildings on the right side of his new perspective, while forgetting the first set of buildings now on his left. This experiment doesn't test lines on a page or on a wall or any part of the world actually in front of the patient. The whole test lies in the patient's memory and imagination. His brain simply can no longer handle the left side or the left space, his left side of space. Of course, patients in these situations often notice that they've given contradictory answers. It distresses them, but they can't understand what has gone wrong. The very concept of the left side of space has been erased. The next picture shows the same house, but the flame shooting out. I don't know. Okay, let's keep reading. Everything I've described so far about neglect involves failing to notice or react to objects on the neglected side. So they went very in-depthly. I appreciate that, but I had to skip some of it. They went very in-depthly about the effect of the condition, of the damage. Now I hope this article goes into speaking about consciousness more in-depthly. Everything I've described so far about neglect involves failing to notice or react to objects on the neglected side. Those objects are erased from consciousness, but they are not erased altogether. Neglect is talking about the condition. Neglect is much more twisted than a simple mental blank. It turns out the patient does process information from the neglected side. Now we're getting more into what I've been speaking about in the study, which this obviously isn't. This is an article, but let's continue on. Now we're getting to, the cooking with some grease and oil. So I mean some heat and grease. All right. It turns out the patient does process information from the neglected side. Now, how can that damaged neglected side, physical side that he said, this is where consciousness only comes from the physical brain. If it's neglected and damaged, how is it processing? Okay. Keep that question in mind. That hidden processing was revealed in a particularly poignant way in one study. Pictures are projected on a screen in front of a neglect patient, someone with that brain damage, that physical brain damage. One picture shows a house. The neglected patient, or the neglect patient, I should say, can see its house and answer questions about it. Although he or she is likely to miss the windows or the bushes on the left side. Remember this, the brain that is physically damaged cannot process what is on the left side. If asked to draw the house, he or she will probably, because this was a study done, will probably draw only half of the house, only half of it. He says it's a very nice house and he'd be happy to live in it. Okay, stay with me. I know, like I said, this is the first time this is the first article, but let's continue on. Okay, the next picture shows the same house, but this time with flames shooting out of the windows on the left side. Again, the patient knows it's a house. He can describe it. And as expected, he neglects to mention the flames because he can't, the physical brain cannot process. The physical brain doesn't process what's, can't see. I shouldn't say process. Can't see and process, I should say. Let me say that. What's on the left, right? He's unaware that this house is on fire from the physical brain. But if you ask him about his emotional reaction, he'll say that he doesn't like the house. I'm gonna pause and let you jump in on that. I want you to comment on that, brother. There's something very wrong with it, and he wouldn't want to live there. All right, pause right there because that's a long article. We're gonna get back to it. Talk to us about that. Do you see that part where it says he said, even though he can't see the flames, that he doesn't like the house? What do you think about that so far?
Well, it stands to reason that there's something that is self-autonomous within us as beings, and that self-autonomous, whatever you want to call it, is not just in man. It's in all things around us. That's where we try to get the word, try to encapsulate the word God, if you will. I mean, for lack of better words, because you're naming something that is nameless in essence. But something inside the brain, the man doesn't go inside the brain and do that himself. Something does it for him. What we call a self-organizing principle, has access to those means to change the structure of the neurons and the brain. That shows that there is something beyond that individual that is doing it, and it has ability to make adjustments and changes per the needs of the individual. And that's not just in man, that's in all, pretty much in any kingdom we look at. We talk about um, creatures that blend in with their environment. The creature doesn't know and look at itself in the mirror and say, hey, I need to match this environment, because there's something inside of it that does it for it. It's a self organizing principle. And that self organizing principle has the ability to make adjustments per its level of expression of consciousness. So it makes perfect sense when we talk about the brain, because the brain, of course, is one of the, I would say, advanced levels of what we call nature, because man is the most advanced, I consider the most advanced level of nature as far as creation is concerned. So, it stands to reason that that process would happen, because, of course, we have, the highest connection to that self-organizing principle.
Thank you, thank you. And I'll continue reading this article. Let this person in. Let me get back to the article and finish it up. So yes, as you see, even though that brain, the physical brain, is damaged on that left side, and he cannot see with he cannot process with the left side with the physical brain. I think it's the right side that's damaged, then he can't see the left side. And it's vice versa. If the left side's damaged, he can't see the right side. But anyway, so the visual information is getting in. Brain imaging studies show that the visual cortex is active to the highest level. He can process stuff on the left side. He just can't attach the property of consciousness to it. Okay? So his brain, even though this guy said only the physical brain, it's only the physical brain. No, It's not only the physical brain, because the physical brain is damaged. Hemispatial neglect is the purest known disruption of consciousness. That's what this article is saying, caused by brain damage. You can process information on the bad side, meaning the damaged, non-working side, and react to it in a subtle and even very complex way. See, this person in this article says, but you're not conscious of it. That's not what this isn't what the researchers say. This is an article that points out that the people with the damaged physical brain, because he's using one of the parts of the study, people with the damaged physical brain still know. The guy said, I don't like, go back, it said he has an emotional reaction. He says, I don't like the house. How can he say, why doesn't he like the house? Every time in the research, not opinion, in the research, and I could get the study, but it's, I actually have the study somewhere in my email. But in the study, and you can, obviously, I'm showing you an article on the Atlantic, their opinion that it's not, but you're not conscious of it. That's their opinion. The research shows the damaged physical brain, despite the damaged physical brain, despite that person not being able to see the left side of these houses, the person over and over and over and over again says, I do not like that house. I do not like that thing, whatever is damaged. And they also had stimuli in the research, in the study, that they would present on the damaged side, on the part where the side where the person couldn't see. The person would react to the stimuli, but there was no reason for them to react, because on the surface, there was no reason, because the physical brain was damaged. So logically, if we're looking at the physical brain was damaged, yet there still was a reaction to the stimuli. So despite what this article here is saying, they're not conscious of it. Let me keep going. One of the lessons from neglect is that despite the common intuition, consciousness is not a single unified entity. That is true. It breaks apart along spatial lines, left versus right. So I see what they're saying. They're saying that it's not, actually, it's the same argument I'm making. Consciousness is not just in the brain, where this man came on to Sonnetter's channel and said, consciousness is only physical and in the physical brain. Damage to a lot of brain areas can cause hemispatial neglect, but the most severe and long-lasting cases are caused by damage to a specific area. One of the more widely connected nodes in the brain, the junction between the temporal lobe and the parietal lobe, more or less just above your ear. This temporal parietal junction, TPJ, is connected to social networks, cognitive control networks, attention networks, and memory networks. It's poorly understood, but obviously crucial nexus of information in the brain. Anyway, you could go on and on and on. There is a bit of information there. I'm not just making this up, that there have been studies on the hemispatial neglect and consciousness, and it has been concluded that consciousness isn't just linked to the physical brain. It's not just linked to the physical brain. Okay, I said a lot. It's a tribal thing. Quinn Butler, what would you like to add?
Well, it's been a lot of studies regarding consciousness.
I'm sorry, brother. No, Mr. Lex, slow gas, slow motion brain. I'm not proving his point. I'm showing, as you saw in the article, if the physical brain is damaged and the person still says, I don't like that house, but for all logical reasons, they shouldn't even be able to see the flames coming out of the window. There's something else beyond the physical brain that person can see or sense, that there's flames coming out of the window. He said it's just the physical brain. Nice try. Anyway, I'm sorry, I won't interrupt you anymore.
First of all, everything is connected. You got the physical brain, you got the spiritual brain, and you have to understand consciousness is connected to um, not just to the brain, to the mind, which is the spiritual part of the brain. And you have to really gotta have an open mind as far as consciousness and subconscious, and and a lot of people have their opinions on it. A lot of people claim to be experts about it, but a lot of people who study the conscious mind is you have to realize it's not just the physical, it's the spiritual, and everything that's connected to it. So you just can't limit information regarding the conscious mind. It's something in us when we was created. It's something in us. They recognize things that we really can't explain, but we know it exists. We don't have to physically see it to know it exists. So it's something about it that gets us to be aware when it comes to a lot of things that we could physically see, of course, and things that we really can't see physically. Everything has a frequency, everything has a vibration, and the conscious mind recognizes those frequencies and vibrations. So it's a lot of. I mean, you can be all night discussing the conscious mind, and it's really not that simple to explain. It's very complex. Now, of course, you got studies about it, like I said before, like he mentioned before regarding the conscious mind, and you can explain it in a lot of ways. But it's something in us that we really can't explain that recognizes uh, everything that exists around us. So we really have to be careful what we when we sit there and say, well, the conscious mind is just a part of the physical, the brain, which is not true at all.
Thank you. Peace to you, sister. What would you like to add? Thank you
Can I
for
share?
adding that.
Can I share a study? I don't.
Sure. Yes.
Is there an article that I can share with you? Okay.
Yeah, sure. Just you know how to screen share, right?
Okay. Give me one. Yeah, I do. Can you see this article?
I can't see you screen sharing yet. Did you hit share?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Lisa
Yeah.
Arky.
Hang on.
First, let me go ahead and screen share. Let me say something. Does anybody have a PhD? Actually, in what? In
No,
what particularly? I didn't know that I didn't know you had to have a PhD to discuss consciousness.
no, you don't.
So, and why are you asking anything for Sonnetter? We don't know you. You're not asking anything for Sonnetter. Trust and believe. Okay. He gives no care about what you're asking, boo. All right. So don't get I don't block. You're not getting blocked, but don't get your feelings hurt over here. You're not asking shit for Sonnetter. Okay. Anyway, go ahead. I'm sorry, brother. Are you screen sharing?
So, can you see the article?
Yes. Now I can.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, perfect. So this is actually from the National Library of Medicine. So when people talk about credited sources, this is one of those credited sources, right? And in the article, you see it's an abstract, it's an actual study. They're talking about the non-local universe. In this particular article, you can see, right, they have all kind of um, different references as far as what we call non-locality, right? And non-locality is when we talk about something that exists beyond the physical that permeates space and time that we can't necessarily grasp, but it's there, and they can measure it based on the effects it has on certain particles. As I scroll down, I'm not going to read the whole article because it's obviously lengthy, and you can see for yourself. You can go Google this. This is
Can
pretty
I
common
can I
information. This
ask,
is
are
old.
you echoing because of me?
I don't know. I don't hear him
Uh,
echoing, sister. Maybe on your end, possibly. Maybe your YouTube is open. Go ahead, brother. Please. You can continue reading the
okay,
article.
so I'm just going to read this particular portion of the article, and you can go down. Okay, great. So I'm just going to go ahead and read this portion of it, right? Because there's other studies that we can look at. This stuff is old information. This is old. When we talk about atheism, it's born out of scientific materialism. That's where it comes from, right? But
Mhm.
and that's just a reductionist view of whatever you can see, smell, taste, or touch. If it's real, it must be. That's all there is to it. But this article, which is actually based on an actual other studies that are done, right? I'm going to read from this paragraph. It says, we consider that the future of science rests on changing its psychological reference frame from local realism to that of non-local realism. Non-local realism is the term we use to represent a holistic and integrated worldview that displays the reality, hence realism, of a singular, integrated, interconnected, universal field of relationships. The reality of this paradigm is established by the evidence that the universe we perceive and measure is non-local, and by an analysis of the integrated nature of the meanings we make. Non-local realism is closely related to the view espoused by Erwin Schrödinger that the overall number of minds within the universe is just one. Here, he went further by suggesting that mind has erected the physical outside world out of its own mental stuff. The interconnected universal consciousness, there's that word consciousness, implied by the concept of one mind constitutes the non local, singular implicit reality of a universal consciousness that has embedded within itself the local and explicit consciousness mind of each individual.
Now, can I ask
So,
a
and I'll
question?
stop sharing, right? Because absolutely.
All right, my question is the subconscious plays a picture, which is always what it does. Now, the subconscious plays pictures, that's what it does. And that does that in your sleep. It also does that when you're woke. So if your subconscious does that also when you're woke as well as in your sleep, that's also what a I-9 form is, because I do that at work. So rather you work or sleep, if the subconscious can play a picture, whether you're consciously aware of it or not, and your subconscious plays that picture, that's playing a role in it, whether you want to pay or want to be involved in it or not. Your subconscious is playing a picture. That's eavesdropping to a degree, voluntarily or involuntarily. It's still eavesdropping. Your body is doing that, whether you want to or not. That's subconscious. So even you learn in your sleep. They used to teach that subconsciously learning. So how do you define that when you're saying that you're consciously aware or that's being woke? So if you're asleep, that's why they don't pull the plug. They give your family that option. See, I work in healthcare, so they give the family the option to pull the plug. So I'm only asking a question because I don't have a degree in nothing. So if you're gonna say I'm unconscious, so I'm not aware of what's going on, but truthfully, I am aware of what's going on. I'm just not awoke. That's why they tell you to keep talking to the person, although they're not conscious. They say keep talking to them because they can hear you. They're not just awoke. They're consciously awoke. They're just not awoke to you. So this is what I'm asking. The subconsciously, they still hear you. That's why when they wake up, they tell you, I heard this, I heard that, I saw. They didn't see nothing, but they heard it. So the subconscious is aware. That's why in the chats I was telling the queen that 2 plus 2 is 4 because as above, so below. If the gods above and we are the fallen gods below, 2 plus 2 is 4. You do play a part somewhere along the line. You are responsible. You trying to say we not responsible? You are responsible. You do play a role. You trying to say you're not responsible for nothing. You are responsible. Where
I'm
do
not
you
saying
play?
any of that.
No, I'm not saying you per se. I'm
Oh, okay.
saying
Okay.
as a whole. Where do we not have accountability? That's where it add up. 2 plus 2 is 4. So he did give you this, he did give you that, whoever that may be. But you do have accountability. You play a role. You are responsible. Whether you're consciously or subconsciously, you are aware. That's my point. So if you want to say he's a Scientologist, that's why I was trying to tell the Queen. He's a Scientologist. So in Scientology, the scientists always want to be aware of something. They came up with a word called hit her too. hit her too. But if you they want to pronounce it a certain kind of way, but if you break it down, it really says hit her too. That's domestic violence. Break that word down. Words are power. Break that word down, and that was all of what y'all discussed in the Bible, talking about what they said about hit her if she did this, hit her if she did that. That still goes on right now. When a man gets mad enough, he hit her to the point where she hitting her kids. To the point they still doing what they was doing back in Babylon, beating the kids, killing the kids. Are they not? The kids is getting it.
We are
So
in Babylon.
right. So I'm just saying we are in Babylon. All I'm saying is back from then to now. So Scientology is all the same thing, whether we are conscious or subconscious. It's still the same thing. You still are aware of what you're doing. You just trying not to be responsible. I'm
No, that's an
waiting.
excellent point, and I get what you're saying. I get
Okay.
what you're saying. I mean, it makes sense. But when we talk about, when we're talking about dreams and things like that, that's a conversation that we can lead us into various topics as far as our abilities to really be self-aware even when we're not physically awake, and we're still aware at some. I mean, we're always really aware, like you stated. So that's an excellent point. But I also want to share something else here because I know I see in the comments, where's the studies, where's the studies, where's the studies, and anyone can write an article, and they're correct, right? But there are studies that support this, and I want to share this particular article because it does mention some of those studies, right? And actually, Schrodinger is one of those studies that was mentioned. So if you're talking about studies, you can always go research this stuff yourself and go pull up those particular studies that were done in the 1920s. This is old. This stuff is old. This is nothing new. This is not something that just is revolutionary out the box. This is stuff that they have already been knowing. Quantum physics is well beyond understanding that consciousness is not just inherent in physical reality. But there is an article I want to show if that's okay with you, Napab. That's all right with you.
Yes, I appreciate the sister jumping on with that information. It was very. I like that hit her too. We need to speak on words and the power of words. So I just want to say thank you. And yes, you can screen share, brother.
Excellent, excellent. This is out of science.org, right? And this is titled Einstein's Spooky Action at a Distance, for all those Rawborns that talk about spooky stuff. Spirituality is spooky, right? Well, Europeans
Hmm.
understand that, spooky stuff, spooky action at a distance is very real, right? And there's things that you can't necessarily see, taste, smell, or touch, but they're there, right? One of the and here's the kind I'm just gonna kind of read it briefly and then leave it at that because at this point I think I've done stated my case. But one of the strangest aspects of quantum physics is entanglement. This is a study, and there's plenty of studies to go reference. So if you are doubting what this is, go do the research yourself, right? If you observe a particle in one place, another particle, even one light years away, will instantly change its properties as if the two are connected by a mysterious communication channel. And I'll interject, what is the communication channel? There's no radio waves, there's no information being passed on physically. So, what is the communication channel by where two particles can interact simultaneously and change direction as if one is changing one direction, the other changes simultaneously. Continuously reading, scientists have observed this phenomena in tiny objects such as atoms and electrons. But in two new studies, there's your studies, researchers report seeing entanglement in devices nearly visible to the naked eye. There is a really interesting open question, which is how far can you go up in scale? Says Andrew Armour, a physicist at the University of Nottingham in the United Kingdom, who was involved in the work. The advance could also pave the way for the ultra sensitive measurements of gravity and a hack proof quantum internet. Albert Einstein colorfully dismissed quantum entanglement, the ability of separated objects to share a condition or state, as spooky action at a distance. I like it when he says that spooky action because we talk about everybody talks about this spooky stuff. Well, here's your spooky stuff based on your science, which people love to go to science, the science. Well, here's your science, right? It's proving to you that this is reality. Over the past few decades, however, physicists have demonstrated the reality of spooky action over greater distances, even from Earth to a satellite in space. But the entangled particles have typically been tiny, which makes it easier to shield their delicate quantum states from the noisy world. Two research groups have now scaled up entanglement to engineered objects barely visible to the naked eye. Simon Groblacher, a physicist at Delft University of Technology in the Netherlands, and his colleagues etched beams about 10 micrometers long into silicon chips. The beams, roughly the size of bacterium, could oscillate up and down like a plucked guitar string. The researchers connected the chips with an optical fiber and cooled the whole setup close to absolute zero to damp out vibrations. Then, using cleverly controlled laser pulses, the team added up just enough energy to get one beam vibrating a bit more stronger than the other. By measuring light coming out of the apparatus, the researchers verified that the energy boost occurred, but did not learn which beam got the energy, meaning that the added energy was shared by both beams, the hallmark of quantum entanglement. The delicate entangled state, the delicate entangled state lasted just a fraction of a second. The groups, the group reports today in Nature. So again, showing again, and I'm telling you, there's so many different studies that proves this, that there is something beyond the physical that underlies all of reality. This is the only way you can make sense of things that change its nature without it being self-aware, such as when we talk about um, the studies done by as far as evolution is concerned, where as far as the finches, one finch grows a beak longer than the other because it needs to compensate for things based on its environment. Consciousness, meaning it being the ability to self organize, has the ability to interject inside of whatever medium it's in order to adapt and be able to compensate for losses or be able to compensate for the environment. That's the only way you can explain it. If there's something that is permeating the universe or permeating our existence that is conscious and we could call consciousness and has the ability to affect reality. And I'll leave it at that.
So can I ask a question then?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. So with that being said, I was a musician. My father was a musician as well. So you saying that with Einstein and atoms and scales and all of those things, that's measurements, right? Because that's quantum. Quantum is measurements. Light was produced this way, right? Right. And so was water. The scales of water, the scales of light, the scales of music, the scales of numbers, and all of these things, right, was all in the measurements, correct? Right. So with
Those are
all,
some of the mediums that were used. I don't know about water, but I know that
well,
light and
water was had to
electrons
be
and
with to
photons.
be weight. Water to be a form of light and weight. Water had to be produced with all of this light as well. I mean, to go through the colors, it had to be produced one way or another within all of this. So because even with the channels and frequencies, water, because whales and other fishes, that's the only way that they can communicate is through waters. Frequency is carried through this water. That's the only way that energy can go through that frequency is through water. That's the only way you can say that through the studies that you just read. That's the only way that science can produce that to be a fact is that frequency can only travel through water
I'm just
for
going based on the article.
okay, well based on those
You
theories
might be
it
right. I'm not saying you're wrong.
okay
I'm not saying
so
you're wrong at all. I mean, there's all kind of studies. You might find one on water that is a medium of exchange as far as
well
information is
that's
concerned. That's
right
probably
because
I'm
that's the only
sure. In
way that
fact,
the
dolphins
fuse
do that quite a bit, right?
well that's the only way
But I'm
because
saying
animals
what I'm
communicate through smell, sir. from miles away, bears and fish. I
I
also
agree.
studied that, right? So you know that that's the only way that fish and whales can communicate through the frequency through water in order to communicate. If that's the only way that animals can do it, through smell, and that's through frequencies through smell. So that's the only way that fish can do it, through water. It's through the same frequency. That's the only way that they know. Well, sharks can attack other people is because they hear the splashing through the water, and that is through the frequency. So this
No,
again
I
is what you
agree. I don't
exactly.
disagree with you whatsoever.
So the
None
music
whatsoever. I'm just
scales is where I was going with that as well. So
okay.
again, that has to go somewhere again with conscious and unconscious. So it still paints that same picture of whether or not you're trying to say that you are not aware when you definitely, most definitely are, whether you want to admit to it or not. You can't say you're
I'm
not consciously aware when you are, whether you want to or not.
I'm
Admit
not
it.
saying any. I guess I'm a little lost as far as what the
Well, when you
topic or
say
what we're
that you're
going with.
not consciously aware, when you're saying you're not conscious,
I never said that though.
the subconscious. Okay, well, I'm not understanding the point. When people are saying you're not subconsciously, this is where I thought we were going. When you say you're not consciously aware of where you,
No,
the
ma'am. No,
things that's
ma'am. Not
going
at all.
on. Okay,
No, the point that we
I'm
were talking
sorry.
about Nepal was really no. You're good. The point that Nepal was making earlier was there was a gentleman on Sunday's show that was making a point of reference to that only the brain can house consciousness. And that's why I made the presentation to show, and it's not really a presentation because at some
But you
point I
know
do.
what? I'm sorry, not to cut you off, brother.
Mm-hmm.
When you study our people and you
Which
mentioned the
I
man,
am.
when you mentioned the Manunata, the whole subject of the Manunata is not just in language or whatever the case may be. It also explains the unseen, and a lot of religions explain the unseen, whatever the case may be, because it came from this source.
Mm-hmm.
So when you just really, it's really, I ain't gonna say common sense, but some people call it spiritual common sense. When you explain the conscious, there's no way in the world you cannot mention the subconscious. It's all connected.
Very
So
true.
so it's it's real weird how people can even make a statement that the conscious can only be in the physical brain. That don't even make sense. That statement alone, as far as even when people make that statement, you can feel it inside yourself, your conscious or your subconscious. If you're, because we are like the sister mentioned before, we're always aware, whether we sleep
Right.
or awake. So even making that statement doesn't fit right with me. Even making that statement alone.
Right.
So that's even, it leads to a point where you question. Because that's the problem when people, they're afraid to question when something don't feel right. When something don't feel right, you know, you can't explain it in the physical. You just know if it doesn't feel right. So something inside you reacts something in you that makes you just sit there and be like, you know what, let me research this further. Let me look, even studying knowledge or history or whatever the case may be. And they say when the student is ready, the teacher will appear, whether it's in the physical or whatever the case may be. It's just something inside yourself that you know, at least with myself, speaking by myself, because I've been studying for a while since I was 5 years old. But somewhere along the line, when I was young, or even now today, if I hear something and it don't sit right with me, first of all, I study everything. I don't take it just anybody's word for it. That's just in practice. But when I first started studying for myself, it's a question that really came from within myself, and I came to the awareness that the purpose of life is to be reminded what your subconscious already knows. So, in other words, you're trying to find out what was put in us in the beginning to achieve a certain destiny or something. It's all connected. It's like it's really to the point where it's a feeling inside you saying, okay, you know what? That don't make sense to me. Let me research that further. That all comes from the subconscious and the conscious mind. So the reality, even making the statement, the consciousness comes from the physical brain. You know that statement alone doesn't make sense to me at all. Even if I wasn't aware, or even if I never studied the conscious mind, it's something inside you that causes you, you know what? Hey, let me see what this is all about. At least spark your curiosity, to the point where you try to study for yourself. So that statement alone doesn't even make sense. So someone even to fix their mouth to even say, even to make that statement, to me, either this person is trying to start confusion in our people, or it's just people in general, or they just not aware of what's going on. It depends upon, because you can take any form of knowledge, whether you can use it for evil, you can use it for good. It depends on what you're trying to do with it, or what type of person you are, or what type of individual that you know trying to do. Because you either trying to, it's one or two things you're trying to do with this planet, people on this planet. You're trying to get rid of confusion, or you're trying to start confusion. There's no in between. Whether you're doing it on purpose or you're doing it subconsciously, whatever the case may be. But there's something inside you that causes you to say, you know what? Hey, let me find out what's going on. So even to make that statement doesn't make sense. It's not a reality to me. At least speaking for myself. Even that don't make sense at all. So that's basically what I gotta say about that. As far as the deep feeling within yourself. It's something that will spark an interest of what you want to study further to find out what the actual fact is, or find the truth within that particular idea of the conscious mind.
If I might make just one statement here, and then I'll hang to the back. There was a comment that was made in the chat here that says that there's nothing that proves that quantum um, physics has any relationship or interaction with the brain, which is actually not true. That's why I mentioned the double slit experiment. We talk about the double
Mhm.
slit experiment, that is an observer affecting the outcome of the experiment. If the observer is affecting the outcome, that means that whatever that measurement tool is was produced by an individual that took that data, and when that data was received, the outcome of the experiment was affected. So that means that obviously, if we are the observer and the outcome is affected, that means that the brain, whoever made the device, i.e., has to have some impact on the level of reality in which they're measuring. So I have to greatly disagree whatever that statement is. I'll leave it at that.
Okay, I want to welcome Neo. Neo, I couldn't see you. That's why you're back there so long. I was back and forth. And I want to welcome my King Sonnetter. Thank you for joining. So yeah, I just want to say welcome to the people who just came in. Neo, did you want to go? Sonnetter, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I mean, after I did my show, I done jumped in the shower, came in. I'm glad to see the people came through and showed you love and supported you. But I want
Yes.
to say this real quick. I can't believe that and maybe I could be wrong. I'm not a master. I don't have no damn degree on biology and none of that. But I want to say I can't believe that we are debating the fact that consciousness can exist outside of the brain. And I like to deal with realismism, and that's my religion. And when I say that, I'm saying, for example, let me ask the panel a question. If you see a dead carcass, if there's someone that's dead that's been lying there for a while, does that dead body can that dead body still smell, still feel a touch? Can that body see? No, because the consciousness is no longer existing within the body. The six senses is no longer existing within the body. So once the body is dead, once the mind is gone, once the brain is dead, there's absolutely no consciousness flowing through that. You have no touch, no taste, no feel, no nothing. So we could come up with all the scientific thoughts and theories and all that crazy stuff, but the truth of the matter is realismism. No, when the body is dead, when the mind is gone, consciousness leaves the body. Consciousness is dead. I mean, I could be wrong. I'm not saying I'm right in 100%, but I'm just saying as far as I go, I'm saying no. No, it ain't. The consciousness don't exist outside of the brain. The brain is what holds the consciousness. Other than that, no. I'm I'm
But I
sticking
do
with
have a question.
what I'm
I do have
saying.
a question about that, though. I do have a question.
Go ahead.
Now, the question is, does the consciousness, even though it's not connected to the body any longer, does that consciousness still exist?
Say that one more time, brother.
Even though it's not a part of the consciousness is not a part of the physical body, does that consciousness still exist?
You said if the consciousness is no longer a part of the physical body.
Yes. Does that consciousness still exist? Is it still living? Is it still around? Is the energy still there?
Now that's metaphysical. Now you're going into metaphysical
No,
science.
I'm asking the
And I
question.
would have, hold on.
Oh,
I would have to say yes to that answer because now someone else has picked up that consciousness. And so that's why I said you now going into the metaphysics,
hmm
you know? So I would say yes because someone else is feeding off of that consciousness and keeping it going. But I'm talking about within the individual person. Once
right.
that
I know.
individual is no longer here, that person cannot have consciousness in that brain, in that body, because the brain is dead, you know. And inside,
Right.
without the brain, nothing moves, nothing exists. It's the brain. And I heard Neil say, "Yeah, I said that in my debate." I heard you, Neil. You said I saw the comment where Neil said, "Yeah, I said that in my debate, but it went over everybody's head."
Yeah.
Yeah, but go ahead, go ahead.
No,
I
no,
passed
go
them on.
ahead, Senator. And I just wanted to say to everybody, I love Senator, and I can admit when I'm wrong. Okay, believe it or not, I was emotional over just not being able to get my point across. So even though we do play a lot in private, where I do the finger to him, I shouldn't have done that on the live stream. So we do play with that at home, but I shouldn't have done that because people take it the wrong way. And I love him, so I'm sorry I did that. I'm apologizing to you. I can apologize to you in public when I'm wrong. So I absolutely am sorry, but not trying to get into that too much. But I just want to publicly
Yes, of course.
apologize.
Yes, you already know.
No, no,
Can
no,
I ask
no.
a question?
But I want,
Can I ask a question, John,
yeah,
please?
sis, just give me 1 second. I wanted to see if
Mhm.
Neil speak yet, and then I want to move on to the other sister. If you haven't spoken, Neil, go ahead, and then the right after you, the sister can speak.
All right, shalom, family, peace, peace, peace. Thank you, Nepal, for letting me on the panel. So this is how I feel about the consciousness thing. And just like Sarnetta said, I brought it up in my debate. Now I'm gonna ask y'all a couple of questions and just raise your hand. How many of y'all can remember if you believe that your consciousness exists somewhere else without your brain, raise your hand if you remember anything you did before you were born. What were you doing when you was with the Most High or God or whatever? Can you remember what you were doing? Okay, and
I'm
then
raising my hand.
like, do anybody remember? All right, because you was not a no, sis. I'm being for real.
I'm being for real. I
No, not you,
remember that.
Nepal. Not you, Nepal. I know where you gonna go with it, Nepal. I'm talking about
I
the
remember. I remember you asking the question. I don't remember nothing happening before I was born, but I
Okay.
remember you asking the question.
All right. So then my next question is, even though I don't have a dog in this fight, but I'm going to be honest and let you know I did agree with a lot of points the brother from Sinetta's channel was making, because I understood that he was trying to simplify by telling us that our consciousness is just a function of the brain. And this is what an example I'm going to get. Have you ever had surgery? Have you ever had anesthesia? They chemically shut down your consciousness of your brain where you cannot remember anything. You're not aware of your pain. You're not aware. You in this like nowhere space. You feel what I'm saying? Even though you're still alive, but you cannot perceive what the doctor's doing to you. You can't even feel the pain. And then when you wake up, you don't even remember when they put you to sleep for most people. So that's what he means when he say that you can shut down your consciousness and that your consciousness is in your brain. Okay. And what's up? You raise your hand. Are you
I
raising your hand?
wanted
Go
to
ahead.
just mention this though. See, I don't, when I continue to speak about Samparnia and Hamaroff, not talking to people in the panel, but it's like people don't even go do the research. These are mainstream scientists who have actually specifically studied. Hamaroff is a anesthesiologist, and Parnia is a he's a resuscitation doctor. These two doctors studied, I'm talking about scientific method, mainstream conventional science. They study specifically what you talked about. I can get some information. I'll let you continue. I want to jump in. I'll get some information on Hamaroff. It shows that consciousness is existing even during people being sedated or under anesthesia. Consciousness is existing after life, after the brain and the heart are dead, so to speak. Consciousness is existing, and it is a study that has been completed. So yes, that's a great. I'm glad you brought that point up. I'm gonna hand it back to you. Go look up some stuff about Hamaroff and its anesthesiology and the study of
Mm.
anesthesiology and consciousness. But yes, I keep saying, go look up Parnia, look up Penrose, look up Hamaroff, and then that would allow people like that man who was just on that panel to, if they say that he says that he has a degree in biological studies or whatever, which I have a degree in biological studies, but I think he said biological studies or something like that. If he does have a degree in that, and if he's going to discuss consciousness, he should be out there looking up this information, which is readily available. It's right there. Because if he doesn't, he puts the information out, and then people say, oh, consciousness is from the brain only. So I'm going to give it back to you, Leo, and I'm going to look up that information. But yes, Hamaroff is an anesthesiologist. I kind of cut her off, so I'm going to hand it back to her. So yeah, let me go ahead and look that information up.
Well, that's what I was trying to say. Like when Sonetta made a good point when he was saying when a person's body is dead. I was just talking about this same subject to another person. You've ever seen a dead body? There's nothing there. It's like you can see before you even touch this person and look at them, you can sense that there is nothing there. So when I say the brain is just a function, just like when you brought up the example of the person's brain being half damaged, but the other half of the brain works, in my free will debate, that's what I kept trying to bring up, that the brain can be influenced. That if you take too many substance, drink drugs, alcohol, or anything, it messes with your conscience of how you perceive things. You make bad judgment. You might start hallucinating. It messes with your mind. So when they can chemically shut down your brain, that's a way of them showing you where your consciousness is where your consciousness lies, because it's not saying that doesn't prove if you have a spirit or soul. I think sometimes when I hear believers try to debate consciousness, I think y'all keep trying to link that to your soul or your spirit or whatever the S is in what drives you. And we trying to explain to y'all that it's not the same thing. You can shut a person's consciousness off when they take anesthesia or if they get hit in the head. You ever heard somebody in a car accident, they hit their head and they be like, bro, I don't remember what happened. They have a concussion. They're not aware. You have none of your senses is working. You don't even remember. That is what your consciousness is. Okay. All right, go ahead. So I see you raising your hand. Go ahead.
All right.
No,
So I hear what.
I was just agreeing.
No,
No, I'm talking about the guy. The guy.
my name is Shechem Ra. So
All
just
right, Shekum. I can't see your name for some reason. It's not showing your name.
so here's the reality, right? This is measurable, right? At the exact moment of death, right? We lose 21 grams in weight, right? Right. Hold on.
No, that
We
no.
lose.
No, I'm
Now,
sorry.
here's the thing.
Okay,
If
okay.
you hold on, let me finish. Let me finish. Right now, what you're talking about is brainwave states. EEG machine can prove, right? You can be in a delta brainwave state where your waves are extremely, the trough is extremely high and low, right? You can be a theta wave, alpha wave, gamma wave, wave, beta wave, right? Those are brainwave states, right? And we can show that when you are literally quote unquote unconscious, there's still something conscious within you. Because even though you personally can't witness it, right? You are still there, right? So if you're still there, then what is it that's there? Because the brain is supposedly shut down. If the
All
brain is
right,
not
check.
working, then what is that there?
No, I never said
It's
the
got to
brain
be
wasn't
because we can
working.
lay. You
I
can
I
hold on,
never
hold on.
said the
Well,
brain wasn't. I said,
you're saying that you can't. You're saying you can't receive or perceive anything that's going on inside of your in your mind, right? Therefore,
mhm.
that if that's the case, then once the brain is done, then consciousness is no longer, right?
All right. So, what's your definition of consciousness? Maybe me and you confused. What's the definition of consciousness?
So consciousness is the ability to be self-aware, right? And when I say
Oh, wait,
self-aware,
what? Hello. What's the definition of
Let
consciousness?
me explain.
Oh, okay, okay.
Hold
Self-aware,
on,
self-aware. I just want to make sure you caught that.
hold, hold.
Okay, go ahead.
I know what I said, right?
Okay, go ahead.
Based on the medium of consciousness, right? And the medium goes from imperceptible, from micro to macro, from imperceptible to perceptible, right? That means that like I said earlier when I talked about the experiment of quantum entanglement, the medium are those electrons. When those electrons are affected, right, the other one becomes aware and changes without any medium of communication. There's nothing that's, and this is, we're talking about miles away. They're talking about it's done in space, from Earth to space. So that means that it's self-aware. Has the ability to change in concert with the other electrons simultaneously. There's no
Mhm.
time lapse. There's no
Mhm.
differential. So when I'm
Okay.
talking about self-aware, I'm talking about the medium of vehicle. It could be an electron, it could be an atom, it could be a cat, a dog, a rat. That medium allows for that consciousness to express itself based on that range of the vehicle. So when we talk about humans, and man has the highest self-aware range, right? So that means that, like the sister was saying, when she sleep, right, she knows she's dreaming. How do you know you're dreaming? Because you are perceiving some stimuli. Even when you're not asleep, when you're in non-REM, non-rapid eye movement sleep, you are still aware. You just don't perceive anything. So just because you don't perceive something doesn't mean that you're not aware or there.
All right. So, consciousness means the state of being awake in the wake of one's surroundings. Okay, right now we're talking about the human brain consciousness. You're talking about the particles.
That's to be conscious, not
No, no,
consciousness.
no. You want me to pull it? I mean, I'm on the phone, but do you want
Let
me
me
to pull
just
it up?
jump in real quick because this
Conscious.
is the thing about consciousness. When the brother said only physical brain, that was my problem. there's no there's no clear definition of what consciousness truly is. Okay, there's all kinds of conversations. So my issue was that he was saying it is only limited to physical. I'm not saying that it can't be physical, but it's more than just physical. So the reason I said that is there is no clear cut definition on consciousness. That's why it's still being discussed and studied today, and that's why we need to have more conversations about it. So I just wanted to make that clear that there is no clear, absolute 100% definition. Okay, this is what consciousness actually is.
Well, that's why I think where this is why we having this back and forth disagreement, because it's kind of like y'all are changing what consciousness is to fit your narrative. And I'm basing it off of what the English language of what they say the definition of consciousness is, and how the medical field, which the brother from Sonetta's channel was trying to explain it to y'all. You guys keep trying to bring it back into the spiritual and the esoterical type thing, but another definition of consciousness, an awareness or perception of something by a person.
Let me
It has
stop
to
you
be.
right now because
It has to be a
But you have,
person.
okay,
but you
And
listen.
then
have to do
hold
that.
First
on.
off,
You have
hold
to
on,
do that to
everybody.
explain it.
First off, the brother, I have just like him a bachelor's in biological science. Number one, I don't talk about my business because I don't really need to, but I can tell you, talking about science, if I have a bachelor's in biological science. Secondly, the brother didn't bring up any type of empirical information on that stream. He didn't show us anything. He gave us his opinion. He didn't tell us any doctors and give us any pathways. He just said his opinion. Thirdly, that information that you're reading, Neo, I need to make it clear again. That's not that is not a definition of consciousness.
The
Con-
English, the English version is not the definition of
no,
consciousness.
it's not. You need to start looking into consciousness. Consciousness cannot be clearly defined, especially not in a dictionary, because there are so many different aspects to consciousness. It isn't just about being aware of your surroundings. It's about being aware. It also is a tool used about your introspective self. It is also, as I showed, unlike the brother on Sonetter's channel, as I showed, a condition called hemispatial neglect has proven that even though the brain is damaged and dead in a sense, consciousness is still there. So
Right.
that it's a very complex topic. So I just want to make it
It's
clear. Yes, you can
not.
get the dictionary definition of conscious, but that is not a definition of consciousness. And
No,
what
I'm reading the definition of consciousness. I promise y'all.
there's
I wish I can pull this up. I'm not reading
I know
conscious.
what she's reading. I'm looking
I'm
right at
reading
it. I'm
I'm
looking right
reading
at
the
it.
definition of consciousness. And where I kind of with the science that you brought up, Nepal, the only reason why I'm critiquing that experiment is because we have to admit that that guy brain was still conscious. It was just damaged. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't like he couldn't perceive or he didn't have his senses. He could still see, he could still eat, he could still
no,
taste. He was
the brain is damaged, Neil.
yeah, but
That's what I brought up for the study. The brain
right.
is it
But
can't
could
it can't see. That's what we were reading, and that's what we need to
But did
understand.
his other senses work? Did anything else work? Could he walk? Could he still feel?
Yes, but the particular study is about that particular part of the brain. Even though it's damaged and it does not work, the person was still emotional or could sense somehow
Hmm.
beyond the physical brain that
No,
they
that
can,
was his brain, Nepal.
no,
That was his.
I'm talking about the research and the study of the hemispatial neglect.
Yeah, I'm talking about the guy and the subject who y'all talking about.
It
That
wasn't
was
just
his.
one subject. There were several people in a study, and they were given stimuli and pictures, and so it was confirmed that their brain was damaged.
All
So
right.
the
So
physical
let me.
brain could not perceive the left side. Let's use
Hmm.
the left side. Although that was true, the person still sensed that they did not want to live in that house. And
Hmm.
the only answer, well, there's no pinpoint answer. Consciousness is still being studied in the brain. Consciousness is still being studied by philosophers. Consciousness has not, we haven't put a finger on and completely said, okay, this is what consciousness is. And I want to say this. There are also neurons in the heart, actual neurons. So we're just studying the brain for consciousness. We haven't
Hmm.
even gotten to the heart brain, which
Hmm.
and we haven't even talked about the gut brain.
Hmm.
So you can't look at a definition in a dictionary and say, oh, this is what consciousness is.
Hmm.
Because that's like saying when you go to a definition in the dictionary, say God, oh, this is what God is. That's what I'm trying to make clear. There's no clear cut. And I'm not saying I don't appreciate
That
you
was my
bringing
point.
forward your information. Thank you.
Well,
But it must be made clear that there's no right or wrong. In fact, even with the brother, I don't mind. I don't know if somebody dropped off. I don't mind listening to his opinion and his philosophy. But when he comes in and says, oh, that was Senator. Consciousness is, he was in bed. Good night, Senator. When people come in and say, well, this is what consciousness is, 100%, that's not how the conversation can be fruitful, because we don't know exactly what consciousness is. It needs to be discussed further.
All
Okay.
right. So this is my next question. When a patient is in a hospital and they're brain dead, what is keeping them alive? When they're brain dead, when the doctors say, look, they talk to the family, they say, hey, the person's brain dead, they don't have any waves. This, it's better to pull the plug, let this person go on to the next realm, right? What is keeping them alive? Is it if their
Oxygen.
brain is no, that's
Oxygen.
and from what says
Wait.
because you and
Don't
wait, hold
tell
on, hold
me.
on, hold on, hold
No,
on,
no,
sis.
wait a minute. I need to say something. Hold on. No, no, no. Cedric Ortega, if that's you from Sonnetter, I'm going to drop the link. If this is the brother who was in the discussion, I'm
Hmm.
dropping the link for him. So go
Okay.
ahead.
All right, so sister, you're right. You said it was the oxygen, right? And but we can go deeper because you work in the medical field. We know they use machines. It's artificial life that's keeping this person alive. Their brain is no longer able to tell their heart to continue to beat or have their stomach start digestion when
Well,
food has entered their stomach. So when
it's
people
just
say
about
things,
breath. It's just about breath of air at this point. It's
yeah,
not about
well,
nothing else.
well, no, I'm saying a consciousness is a function, sis. It's really not it's not, I know I can be esoterical and I can be deep, but there's some things that I feel like we don't really
It's
have
not
to.
esoterical. This is science. This is mainstream science,
No, no.
Neo.
Okay, but the reason why I say it's esoterical because I just gave y'all an example by when I said who knows what they were doing before they was born. What
Well, there,
God is
I gave you
what
an
God,
example.
Right.
Wait a minute.
This is
Hold
not to
on.
keep the
We're
brain
talking, I've
alive. This is to
only
keep the
talked about
heart.
mainstream science, though. You keep on going into, well, your opinion, which is great, but you can't, you need to approach it. If you're going to give your opinion, we'll listen to your opinion. But when I give science, which I keep doing, you keep giving your opinion. It's like the flip of what the atheists do. I'm telling you, and what you said about people being in a persistent vegetative state, there's also studies showing that there is consciousness. These are facts.
but
This is mainstream science.
y'all cannot get around this. Every time you keep saying I'm giving my opinion and I'm refuting because I'm actually using what the medical term of what consciousness is and what is defined in the English language to get us an understanding of what consciousness is. You guys keep the believers. I'm not even an atheist, but even I can understand what consciousness is. It's a function, just like digestion is a function, your
Mm.
heart beating, that's a function of your body. And just like Sis said when she brought up the subconscious thing, I even use that to prove that we do not have free will because we are making decisions before we are even conscious that we're making them. She even said it when you dream and all that stuff, your brain, before your brain even have the concept, hey, I feel this way, I'm thinking there's something already in your brain programmed to do whatever it is doing, and then you are aware of it. That's why I'm saying it's a function.
But
And
let
then
me
when you're
tell you
not
this.
when that function is shut off, your consciousness no longer exists. If
That's
you're
But
not
let
dead,
me
true.
tell you
it's shut
this.
off.
That's not true.
Let me say
If you
this.
in a coma, it's shut off. You're not aware.
But let me tell you this, sis. Do you know that the brain can live without the heart, but the heart can't? The heart can live without the brain, but the brain can't live without the heart. Or
Okay.
it's one or the other. So the
Hmm.
brain, the brain can live after 15 minutes. The brain cannot live without air.
Right. Hmm.
All right.
Hmm.
But they once the brain is gone, it's gone. Period. All right.
Hmm.
But the heart, once that the heart can live on with oxygen. That's why they tell you after that, because I had to train nurses. It's hard for the nurses to go on after that. That last nerve is what makes that last nerve kick in. That's that consciousness that we talking about. That last nerve that kicks in. That's why you pee and poop. And that
Hmm.
body takes a minute to shut down. After the brain shuts down, the
Hmm.
body still is conscious because
No,
just
it's
because the
still
brain,
functional. It's
okay, the
still
body is
function.
still, listen to me, because I'm not trying to say that in a degree. In a degree, everything quantum is like the major cap of everything, but it takes and breaks it down in pieces. So when I said frequency, because we talking about constant, we talking about conscious outside of the brain. Yes, it is because it's frequency as in energy. So brain outside of the brain. Now you talking about conscience. Your face has to break down. Everything has to break down. Truthfully, when you die, your eyes are not open. They have to glue them shut. So your everything has to shut down. Quantum is the cap of everything. Like if you say you're a trillionaire, there's truly no such thing as a trillionaire. It's once you get rich, you're just rich. You can't cap rich. You see what I'm saying? It's ridiculous. There's not once you're rich, you're just rich. So quantum is the cap of all things. It can't mess with nothing but petty. So once you get to the cap of it, you got to break it down. That's why when the other guy, not the one Sean, the other one said something to me, and he was trying to tell me when I said subconscious and conscious that I need to work on something or other. I went and Shrine of Ptah because I came in backwards. So I'm trying to figure it out the back way because I came through the back way. So I don't know what he was trying to tell me. It was something important and I understood it and it meant something to me and I appreciate it. But that's what this is. This is what this means because I'm trying to understand something. So I understood what he was trying to tell me. But that's what quantum is. You see what I'm saying? Because in order to be a teacher or a leader or a chief, we got to be these Indians first. We got to be students. So I understand you. I'm a big fan of yours, Neo. I told you that. You finally seeing my face. I'm a big
Oh,
fan of yours. But your argument is wonderful, but this is the pieces. And so you do a lot of research. I'm telling you that because I'm a big fan of yours. But once the brain shuts down, everything else shuts down slowly. It honestly does. It honestly does. And I haven't done any of this research. I just came in because I was listening to this and I came in on it because I was giving my opinion and I wanted to ask questions instead of trying to type in questions and
Mhm.
not be heard. I just wanted to ask them if I could. And I appreciate the platform to ask them. And so, and I got the opportunity to meet you and the Queen and these kings as well. And so I'm
yeah.
thankful for that.
Much
Right.
love, sis. Much love.
Much love,
So I
sister.
thank
Uh,
y'all. I thank y'all.
yeah.
Peace, sister.
So, have anybody ever heard of a heart transplant? When a person had a heart transplant, you know that they can use artificial machines to keep the person's heart pumping while they take one heart in and put in another one, right?
Yes.
Right? Am I that's true. That's a real thing, right? So when y'all say things
Yes.
about consciousness existing somewhere else on our body, that person's heart is gone. They have someone else's heart in their body. Does that still change the function of how their heart beats? Is the brain still telling that heart to beat in a different type of function? Or do your consciousness is your the function of your brain? And you remember I brought this out in my free will debate. And your consciousness, think of like I said, think of the food that you do not like. Your whatever food. I hate sweet peas. Before I even knew I hate sweet peas, did my brain tell me you gonna not like sweet peas, or did I have to taste the sweet peas and in my brain something in my brain said we don't like this? I didn't make a free will conscious decision to not like sweet peas. That's how our consciousness work, y'all. It's a function. It's a function. That's why when it gets damaged, a person won't function correctly. A person brain damage, they speech get different. They're gonna turn their personality changes. When you take drugs and alcohol, it affects your consciousness, your function of your brain. If it's your soul or anything else, then substance shouldn't alter it. Being under anesthesia should not put you in the state of unconsciousness. It's a function, y'all. It can be manipulated or shut off. That doesn't mean you're dead, but it can be manipulated. But okay, so you can go.
All right.
Okay.
So again, right, and this is why I take it back to what I stated earlier. I'm not disagreeing with you, sis, but I'm saying I think what we need to do is maybe expand the conversation a bit, right? When we talk about the body, right, there are various levels of consciousness. For example, right, your immune system. Your immune system has the ability to identify foreign things that are either going to be one needed to be dealt with, right, macrophaged, or either and or other expelled through other various means, whether it be the mouth, the skin, right? The bowels, what have you. So even down to the smallest cellular level, when we talk about consciousness, immune cells, and you don't have to be awake, right? Your immune system can identify and selectively make decisions within the context of being able to keep you alive. So when we talk about consciousness, is the immune cell doesn't have a brain, right? It doesn't have the ability to talk, but it can still act and do things in accordance with what is necessary for the circumstance. That is consciousness. So when we talk
No.
about the larger framework of it, of course, your brain can affect your means of self-awareness. That it can. When we talk about a lobotomy is when what happens when you remove the frontal lobes. The frontal lobes, once they're removed, that is a level where that's a part of your literal mechanism where you have less means to effectuate consciousness. But when we talk about consciousness itself, it's not boiled down to a effect. It's not the effect, it's the cause. Because then if that's the case, then we have to really have a conversation about what happens when we talk about, like I said, the immune system. Because the immune system can make decisions. It can do things without your awareness. And it is self-aware. So where do you draw the line?
Okay, so do you believe plants are alive? Do you believe trees and grass they're
I
alive?
know they're
Do they
alive.
have a conscious? They have
I
brains and
know they're
stuff.
alive.
They
Yes, they
they
do.
they have
They have
brains.
consciousness.
They have a conscience,
They
yes.
have they
Okay,
have
Okay,
a
so
see. You're stuck on the
one
brain. You're
minute.
so stuck on the
no,
brain,
no. Reason why
right?
I'm
You
stuck on
stuck
the
on the
brain.
brain.
Reason why I'm stuck on the brain because that's where consciousness exists. That's
Okay,
what's telling you what how to, your senses, how to
No, it
perceive your
does not.
senses.
Can I ask you a
Oh
question? Let me
my
ask you one
God,
question.
bro.
okay.
Ha-
Let me jump in, both of
So
you.
let me
Hold
ask you a
And
on, hold
then
question.
on.
you keep
Let-
describing function as your
Well,
consciousness, but your consciousness is the way your brain functions. Your
okay.
immune system is not a conscious.
no, no,
That's
no,
a
no, no, no,
function
no.
that your body was designed to do.
Hold on, everybody. Okay, great.
Your brains is
We
a
again,
means of consciousness.
yes,
No,
we need
your
to
brain. Yo, okay.
listen. Again, I'm going to make it clear. I am not saying that that the brain has nothing to do with consciousness. That would be ridiculous. But I'm going to show some proof, just like the gentleman, if he was the guy from let me let Sonetter in. I think he's back here. Oh no, Sonetter's come back. He's coming back in. Anyway, the gentleman who was in the conversation who said it's only the brain, and I think that our sister Neo is asserting that it's only the brain. I mean, for the most part.
No, I'm saying consciousness is the function of the brain.
Right,
Like,
right.
when the
It's
brain is being compromised, your consciousness can be taken away.
okay. Well, so you're saying that's all that consciousness is.
I'm saying, according to the English definition of what consciousness is, the only way you can do that is through the function of your brain.
So you are aligned with the brother saying that it's only the brain. I know from the studies that no one can pinpoint what consciousness is. It can be researched and discussed. And I'm going to show, I already showed one proof that the hemispatial neglect, damage of brain, even though the consciousness may be affected, it was not, the brain was not the only area or the only place to explain consciousness. I'm going to say this again. The brain we cannot simply say only the brain. Should we look at the brain? Of course. Should we discuss the brain? Absolutely. When it comes to consciousness. But to say that's the only place consciousness comes from it's inerrant. It's an error. Why is it an error? Because the discussions are proving, and I'll get some science for you, Neil. Why you shake your head? I'm gonna give you this information. Now I hope you listen.
I'm listening
Now,
to.
this because it's just a conversation, but and it'll open you up to exploring more of it's not just the brain. Now I'm going to show you this article, but I'm not just going to show you the Guardian. I'm going to go to the actual paper written by this particular scientist, this researcher. Detecting covert consciousness in vegetative state. Now, you mentioned that, Neil, people who are in a coma, their brains don't work. They're on life support or whatever. You didn't, I'm just paraphrasing. Let me see. Let me double check and make sure Sonetter's not waiting in the back. Okay. So Sonetter, when you're in here, can you just call me? Because I can't see the back. I don't want you to wait. Adrian Owens' pioneering research shows that some vegetative patients, that people with brain damage, people who we say, oh, they're just a vegetable. People with brain damage. I'm going to keep saying this. People with brain damage to where they cannot function. We see them as vegetables. They are on oxygen support, and so patients are conscious and responsive. Adrian Owens' pioneering research shows that some vegetative patients are conscious and responsive. I will get the paper for those talking about where's the primary source. But let's read this article. Okay, I've written a news story for the New Scientist. Okay, going through. Here it is. Accurate diagnosis of these mysterious conditions can help relatives make difficult decisions because minimally conscious patients are more likely than vegetative ones to show more degree of recovery. Diagnosis can be difficult, however, and up to 40% of patients are diagnosed wrongly. Okay, let's go down to Owens' pioneer research. Owens' pioneering research shows that some patients who were previously thought to be completely unconscious are in fact aware of both themselves and their surroundings. That's an element of consciousness. It also shows that much maligned brain scanning technology can be used not only to aid diagnosis by detecting hidden signs of consciousness in vegetative patients, but also in some cases to enable them to communicate. These are people who have brain damage. Now, in the 2006 study, Owen and his colleagues used functional magnetic resonance imaging to investigate if a 23-year-old woman in persistent vegetative state, that's brain damage, would respond to a series of pre-recorded spoken statements. Owen and his colleagues found that the statements produced brain activation patterns that were very similar to the observed to those observed in healthy volunteers, those who don't have brain damage, in regions known to be important for the processing of speech. How is that happening? If those damages are if those parts of the brain, which they are damaged, how is this happening? While the woman was in the scanner, they also told her to imagine playing tennis or walking through her house. And they found that her brain responses were indistinguishable from those seen in healthy volunteers. Now remember, those are like, see, it's happening in the brain, but the brain is damaged.
The brain is not dead,
No,
and
you're not
it's
listening.
not
You're not
chemically
listening.
shut off. It's not
Hold
dead,
on. I knew you were going to
and
do
it's
that. That's not intelligent. Stop.
okay.
And I'm not saying you're not an intelligent person.
No, I get it. I get it.
A persistent vegetative state is technically brain dead. So let's look at the actual paper. I'm going to stop screen sharing this because people are going to say, oh, an article in The Guardian. Let's get the actual paper. Let's get the actual paper. I'll share
Can
it.
I ask a question right fast before you do this?
Sure.
Now, my question is, because you said vegetative state. Now, this is two questions, because when you ask brain damage and vegetative state, is this person vegetative? Are they vegetated because of brain damage, or are they vegetated because of um, being paralyzed? Because
No.
that makes a big difference in the brain activity. Because if you are vegetated, doesn't mean that you are brain damaged. You could be just
Okay.
vegetated, meaning that you are not
Okay.
able to
Oh
walk.
my God,
And
help me.
so now we
Okay,
talking
no,
about
let me read
somebody
this
that
to
has
you.
a mental challenge
No, no,
because
no.
you messed up in the head because you can't walk no more, and then versus
Pardon mercy.
somebody that has vegetated and being brain damaged because they are mentally brain. You see what I'm
Okay,
saying?
now thank you. Let me let you
Okay.
know. A person who's paralyzed is not considered in a vegetative state.
Well, they used to call them vegetables, Queen. I'm just telling you this because laws change. You know this now. So
People
when
who
they
are in
change,
veg
they used to.
people
I'm just saying they used to call them vegetables because they could not move. And that's where the vegetable came from, because you couldn't move. It wasn't because you were brain dead. It was because you couldn't move. Now, see, I'm 56. I'm telling my age. And when
Oh my God.
you were a vegetable because you couldn't move.
I
It
know, but
wasn't
I'm trying
because
to
you were
read the
brain dead.
definition, sis. I heard you. I
Okay,
heard
I'm
what you said.
sorry.
No,
So
you don't have
that
to
was
be
my
sorry. I heard you.
question. Okay.
I get what you're saying, and it's a good question, but I wanted to get
Okay.
this definition.
All
Persistent
right.
vegetative state means it's a condition which a medical patient is completely unresponsive to psychological and physical stimuli, and they display no sign of higher brain function, being kept alive only by medical intervention. So, yes, there is the answer to that, because I knew that question was going to come up. So that's not a, I wasn't frustrated that you asked that, but I just wanted to read the definition. So this is about a brain damaged person. Persistent vegetative state is brain damaged. Okay, it doesn't mean anything besides brain damage. Okay, now, and it's not just that it's not brain damage, a condition which medical patients completely unresponsive to psychological and physical stimuli, displays no higher brain function, and they're being kept alive. So they can't even, their heart won't even beat on its own. Their breathing won't even work on their own, only by medical intervention. So we got that. Now I'm going to go to the original paper. So you can address this afterwards, Neil. You can address this information that proves that it's not just the brain. Okay, we can discuss that it's a different type of consciousness, but it is consciousness, absolutely. So I think this is the paper. Here it is. So here's the paper if you want to read it. Written by Adrian M. Owens. His colleagues are Martin R. Coleman, Melanie Bowley, Matthew H. Davis, Stephen Lauries, and John D. Pickard. He did the study. I think he's actually a professor out of Cambridge University. Don't quote me on that. But here is the paper. Now, detecting awareness in vegetative state. The vegetative state is one of the least understood and most ethically troublesome conditions in modern medicine. I can go down all the way to where the study is. In July 2005, a 23-year-old woman sustained a severe traumatic brain injury as a result of a road traffic accident. 5 months later, she remained unresponsive with preserved sleep-wake cycles. Let me see if Sonetter is back here. Anyway, okay. Sleep-wake cycles. Let's see. She fulfilled something. Clinical assessment by a multidisciplinary team concluded that she fulfilled all the criteria for a diagnosis of vegetative state according to international guidelines. So they said they know she's vegetative. Let's get to where we use functional magnetic resonance imaging to measure her neural responses during the presentation of spoken sentences like there was milk and sugar in the coffee, which were compared with responses to acoustically matched noise sequences. Speech-specific activity was observed bilaterally in the middle. Basically, it's a pretty elaborate paper. Here it is. I'll even take the link and drop it for the PDF. I'll drop it in the chat. This is proof that the brain is not the only place that contains consciousness or that works consciousness. I've already presented two. People are always asking for empirical evidence. Hemispatial neglect and now persistent vegetative state. Research on consciousness has concluded that the brain is not the only tool or mechanism that permits consciousness to work for us. Now, you can address that information if you'd like. I'll be quiet.
Okay, so only thing I'm gonna have to say about that is like I went to WebMD because I just wanted to see what was the medical terminology of what a vegetative state is. And it says a vegetative state is a disorder of consciousness or an altered consciousness. It is caused by severe brain damage. Someone in a present vegetable state may look like they are awake, but they don't have an awareness of their surroundings.
Exactly. So as you
So
just pulled that, wait, you just pulled that definition, that mainstream definition, and I just showed you evidence from science that this is phenomenal. This is cutting edge information. That, hey, wait a minute. You know the definition that we gave to Neo? Whoa, whoa. We
did
just
you
found,
hear? Did you hear
you
the
just read,
end?
I'm saying because you just read that information. Neo
Right.
in the world. We just
So
gave
did
this information to Neo and everyone. Look at this research that we've done, Dr. Adrian Owens. We found that, in fact, even though this person is in a persistent vegetative state and they have no higher brain function and they need medical intervention to even survive and live, this person still achieves consciousness.
no, that's not what that the last statement says. But they do not have an awareness of their surroundings.
That's what I did. Neo, you're reading a general mainstream definition, and then we're coming in telling you that is why consciousness is not absolutely defined because it's being researched. And I'm showing you a paper on scientists who have taken a person with brain damage, no brain function that is higher, no higher brain function. And they
So
said, wait a minute, what the hell is this? How is she conscious?
she can.
We just told
Okay.
Webster's, we just told Webster's, this is how consciousness works. Oh, that's my point. You're pulling these general definitions, and I'm pulling empirical data,
No, no,
science that
Nepal. I think this is where we at, and I guess, and then after that, I guess I'm gonna move on because we just keep going in a circle. This is where we at. I think where maybe I'm not connecting the dots with, and where you're not connecting with me is that even in that vegetable state, that person brain is still alive. It's still active. So of course they would be conscious. It's not called brain dead. It's a vegetable state. You get what I'm saying? So when Sinetta brought up the point about a body being dead, or even when I brought up the point, like, do anyone knows what they were doing before they were born? If you believe consciousness exists outside of time and space, and even where they can prove that these people have medication where they can put something in our system and cut off our consciousness of our surroundings. That's what I'm saying. We're not, I don't know, like the argument is kind of going back and forth because I'm not sure what y'all definition of what consciousness is, because I'm looking at it from a medical point of view and what the English dictionary say what the word consciousness mean.
you're not
You
looking
get,
from a medical point of view. Hold on.
I just
Because
read.
if you were, this isn't my opinion. I gave you a paper, and it's no, you're wrong. Persistent vegetative state means they said she met all the criteria of being what we call brain dead. It's not going to say, oh, brain. They're saying she has no higher brain function. That's
But
brain
her
dead.
brain is not
No,
dead,
no,
Nepal.
no, no. Stop. Because I do have a medical background. When you are in a persistent vegetative state, I just read it. Persistent vegetative state means you have no higher brain function. It also, the definition that you somehow, I don't know what definition you're looking at now, the definition I showed, the main stream definition said they need medical intervention to even live. The brain isn't working. They made sure, let me read the paper again, because this isn't, I'm not giving my opinion. And I'm not just looking at Webster's dictionary. I'm looking at cutting edge science, because consciousness cannot be, I appreciate what you and Sonnet are saying, but I'm coming with, I guess, a lot of passion, because So many people say, "Oh, you theists don't give us any evidence. You don't pull it. You just go." Well, it's the flip side. I'm not saying you're a theist, sis. I know you're not. But the flip side is, where's the science? You're pulling you're Googling definition from the dictionary. I'm showing you a paper from
Well,
a scientist and his team who did research on people with brain damage. Let me read this part of the paper right here.
but you're not
We
you're not
use, hold on, we, meaning the group of scientists and researchers, we use functional magnetic resonance imaging to measure her neural responses during the presentation of, oh, let me go back up. Sorry. In July 2005, I got to find out where they said they met the criteria. In July 2005, no, let me go up a little bit more because I need to talk about the criteria, how they defined her to be in a vegetative state. Okay, the vegetative state is one of we already did all that. The term describes a unique disorder in which patients who emerge from coma appear to be awake, but show no signs of awareness. Although the diagnosis depends crucially on there being no reproducible evidence of purposeful behavior in response to external stimulation. That has to do with brain function. Recent functional neuroimaging studies have suggested that islands of preserved brain function. Now, see right there, this is where you're talking about they're alive and they're not just a corpse. Okay. Islands of preserved brain function may exist in small percentages of patients who have been diagnosed as vegetative. On this basis, we hypothesize that this technique also may provide a means for detecting conscious awareness in patients who are assumed to be vegetative, yet retain cognitive abilities that have evaded detection using standard clinical methods. They're saying what you're saying, oh, their brain isn't just completely dead. They have brain, their brain is not, they're not dead like a corpse, like rigor mortis. They're not rigor mortis. However, they don't respond to external stimuli. They have no higher brain function. They have to have medical intervention to breathe. So, I mean, they aren't seen as being conscious. You can't go to them and say, "Hi, do you know what's going on around you?" For all intents and purposes, you would say, no, they're not conscious. But now cutting edge information shows that they are conscious. They're in fact conscious.
All right. And so
we didn't say they were conscious.
Okay, so how do they know the person is conscious? What do they use to measure the person's consciousness? When the person comes out of it, what do they do?
They did research on asking the person. If you look at the study, they asked the person questions.
All right, so pause right there. So now the person can now respond to them.
No.
Right. So you said so when they ask the person's question and the person not saying anything,
exactly.
They're not sure. So how do they know the person is perceiving the question?
MRI.
So they seeing the brain activity, the function of the brain, right?
Yes.
So are you saying because they see brain activity, that's proof that they're conscious? Or is that proof that the brain is still active?
It's proof that there was consciousness.
But that's not the definition of consciousness, Nepal. The definition is the perception of being aware.
That's what you read on a quick search in the dictionary.
That's the definition of consciousness.
We're not defining consciousness because we can't. We're discussing consciousness. No, you can, Neo, you can't define consciousness.
Yes, Nepal. If you can't define?
You can try to define consciousness, but you can't say this is definitely consciousness. Absolutely. This is a universal statement. There are neuroscientists, brilliant ones.
Then what's the
research on what consciousness is?
So if I can't define consciousness, or it cannot be defined, then how can
I could define? I don't want to be disrespectful.
No, that's fine. I'm not that sensitive. Like I don't look into stuff that deep like that.
But okay, your opinion on consciousness. You can give us, we can discuss consciousness, where your philosophy on consciousness, but you can't definitively say, well, this is where I read in the dictionary that this is consciousness. That's not. Go ahead.
Can I
Shekau.
use can I use that same concept to argue people who believe in God? Like they
Yes,
can't really. So,
yeah.
oh, okay, all right. I just wondered because I was like, even though people that got an ideal of what God is, they have a concept about God is, they have a definition. If you look at the word God in the dictionary, there's a definition that gives the person an idea of what this word means, the definition. But I find it a little like, I don't know. I don't really want to say this because I don't want you to take it the wrong way. But to
No,
me, it's kind of like a cop out, Nepal, because now y'all using it to fit your narrative of what consciousness is when medically is something else.
no.
You know,
Medically, it is not something else,
but
Theo.
medical. Okay, that's
You're
why I
not
asked you
listening to the
that,
doctor.
that's why I asked
Medically,
you, how did
consciousness
they
is not
now
something else.
know, how did they now know that this person is conscious or have some form of consciousness? And you said it's not because they were able to answer back the person or show some sign of life that they're aware of what's going on. You said they base it off of brain activities, like on the monitor they seen the brain waves. And I
Okay,
said that doesn't prove consciousness, that just proves that the brain is not dead.
okay.
That's what that proves.
I know, and the word, the phrase brain dead. I'm gonna let you go, brother. Just 1 second. I'm sorry you're waiting so long. The word brain dead isn't the best word to use. I was saying that to get people in the perspective of what I mean by what the definition means by no higher brain function and needing medical intervention. Now, but I will say this: consciousness is not only brain function. Consciousness has to do with brain function. I like to keep saying that because I know somebody's gonna come and say, well, you were saying the brain. Consciousness has to do with neurology and brain function, but it's not only. And how do we know that? There's also a study, Samparnia, that consciousness exists outside of, after the body, the brain, and the heart are dead,
Wait,
clinically dead, medically
what
dead. Go ahead, Shek.
what proof that is? What proof you have of that?
Sam Parnia, he has
That
done research on,
what's the, just real
Can
quick
I
so he
mention?
can hold on, just real quick. What was the study? I'm curious about that.
the
Like,
study. He is a resuscitation doctor. He leads a team
mhm.
in the UK and in the United States, and he's done extensive research on consciousness beyond the physical body. Once the physical body dies, and it's scientific method. They use the scientific method, and it's conventional mainstream science. I will grab an article in Samparnia. I've already discussed Owens, Samparnia, Hameroff, Penrose. These are mainstream scientists, and there's a ton of more who study consciousness. And it is. I'm not saying it doesn't relate to the brain. I'm saying it's not only the physical brain. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Shechem, and then
No, I promise I'm gonna let him go. And I'm not being funny to Paul. I really want to understand. You said they were able to prove our consciousness exists out once the heart stops and the brain dies. What did they use to prove that there's a consciousness outside of a dead body? What proof is that? Because the only thing I can come close to just to make sense to me is people who have near death experiences, who
exactly.
claim when they died they saw their body or they saw their ancestors. Now,
Yeah.
if are you talking about, so it's really based off of people personal testimony. There's no real
No,
scientific
no, it's real
measurement,
science.
but
It's real
but there
science.
but it's the person's testimony. They
No, it's not
believe,
just a person's
but
testimony.
how? So
If
do
you'd
they
like
have a
to know what it
recording?
is, listen. Go ahead. I don't want to cut you off. Go ahead.
No, no. So is there like a recording or some type of machine they use? Like, I don't understand what kind of scientific method they can use to prove that besides trusting somebody's
Okay.
testimony.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. It's scientific research, and it's an extensive amount of research. It's not just one thing. Different, different. How do you say it? Different methods, different parts of. They use different criteria, different methods. I can grab the study for you. I can show you better than I can describe it, but it is 100% scientific mainstream research. Sam Parnia. You can go ahead and Google it. Parnia. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
I'm gonna check it out. I just wonder. I want to just make sure it wasn't the guy that he brought up earlier. Shockham brought up because they already debunked the guy who claimed that the body gets lighter when you
No,
die.
it's not
With
him.
this, no, oh, okay. I was trying to make sure that wasn't him because they already debunked that study, and they was trying to say he didn't even use enough people. I think he only like did it on one person. So it was one person.
Right.
He measured their weight as they were dying.
That's not
So
that person.
okay, I was just making sure, but he can go.
Okay, so let me ask you, and this is just a real quick question, so I can understand where you're coming from, because I think we've kind of jumped in on this at a point where you're in agreement with someone that made a statement, but I'm trying to gather where you come from, so I can better understand how to respond, right?
Hmm.
So
Hmm.
are you saying that the brain, right, is the only means of consciousness as far as humans are concerned? That's it. That
I wouldn't
once your
say
brain.
humans. I wouldn't say humans because my dog, he sleep right. I'm watching him sleep and he's dreaming right now. So I know he's a conscious
Anything with a
animal.
brain. Anything with a
Yeah,
brain.
pretty much anything like something like for as a brain that's for as perceiving their surroundings of what the definition of what consciousness is.
Okay. Okay.
So
So that's why I'm trying to gain some understanding, right? So
mhm,
so when we talk about words, right? We're speaking a literal language, right? And the
mhm,
language itself limits our understanding. That's number one,
mhm,
right?
mhm,
So when we say conscious, I could be conscious of of my surroundings, right? We wouldn't say I'm consciousness of my surroundings, right? We say I'm conscious or I'm aware, right? But consciousness, right? We wouldn't say, "Oh, I'm consciousness. I'm going to sleep." That doesn't make sense, right? That's not proper English. So we're speaking number one a language that's limiting our understanding. But when we talk about consciousness and we're talking about things that exist outside of the realm of physical apparatuses, your brain is an apparatus, right? That's what it is. It consciousness uses the brain, but it's not housed particularly within the brain. Like Napas said, the heart has its own it has its own EMF field, right? You have an enteric nervous system called the gut brain, right? So
Yes.
the physical brain doesn't it's not the only way that we could quote unquote say that there is consciousness. But my point is that, and I'm if I could share this screen with you just real quick, just so we can talk about consciousness and we can stretch the understanding of it a little bit further than what we're talking about as far as a literal definition in the book. If I could
Hmm.
share my screen with you just real quick here, right? And that way we can take a look to see what we're talking about. And it's the same thing that I mentioned earlier, right? As far as the article. Now, this article is not a bogus, it's not on a bogus website. It's not on a website that's just humdrum. This is actually a medical, right? In fact, if you go to the top, right, you can see here it's the National Library of Medicine. I'm sure they don't just print arbitrary things just for the sake of it, right? But when we come down here, right, and we talk about it, there are mentions inside of the article as far as consciousness is concerned. And this is not referencing the brain. So when we talk about consciousness and we go back to the actual definition of what you read, then you're limiting yourself on what Webster, right, can understand, or Merriam or whomever can understand in regards to their understanding. But quantum physics is stretching and embarking on various areas to expand our awareness of or our understanding of what the word is. Literally, when we read this here, highlighted the interconnected universal consciousness implied by the concept of one mind constitutes the non-local singular implicity reality of a universal consciousness that has embedded within itself the local and explicit conscious mind of each individual. And further down, again, it continues to mention consciousness. So when you go and refer to a dictionary term, which we're trying to tell you that there's things outside of the dictionary that are being studied and understood further than what we can say that it has to do with a human being aware of its state of existence, then you're limiting your own understanding, and maybe it might be pertinent to go outside of that particular definition to gain a further or a more broader context of what Nepal, my person, might be saying. That's
All
all.
right.
I'll
So,
leave it at that.
all right. Good. Good. Very good. All right. So, have you ever had surgery before?
Yes.
Have you have and they put you on anesthesia?
Yes.
Where was your consciousness? What were you aware of when you was having surgery?
I wasn't aware.
Woke up. I actually woke up, and I can tell you all about it.
But you woke up, so
But
no.
again,
Hold on.
but
Let
again,
me
so
finish. Hold
so
on. Let
but
me finish. Hold on. So, if the definition of consciousness is a person's perception of
what?
their
Whose
awareness,
definition? Whose definition?
the
Whose
English,
definition? Because we stop at English. The English when we go to the English dictionary, and we're
bro.
trying to
Me and
start
you
our
speak.
whole. Well,
No,
hold
no,
on.
no. Don't do
We can't
that. We're
understand
not
our
gonna do.
whole world through
Sir,
the English dictionary.
we're not gonna do semantics. Reason why I'm saying
Oh no, it's
English
not
because
semantics. I'm saying that
me and you speak.
with-
m- m-
within the context
Me,
of literature, right? When we're talking about studies, right? We're talking about science. You're saying, well, no, it's just this. That's all we can accept is what's in the dictionary. That's all we can go by, right?
yeah. Somebody put in the chat, and I think this is funny. He's really trying to debunk the dictionary.
I'm
somebody,
not trying to debunk the
somebody,
dictionary. I'm trying to tell you that the
so,
dictionary is limited. It's
no, but
limited.
what you,
It's
sir? All
limited. It's not a
look, all
medical. It's not a medical dictionary. It's not a legal dictionary, right? It's just a dictionary that gives us the ability to express ourselves for very basic
how can
concepts. It's a
when
basic
me and you speak
instrument.
a language, when me and you speak a language, right? If you say a word that I don't know, like let's just say you use the word, and I know what communication is, but let's just say you speaking to me, you say communication. I don't know what the word communication means. Am I going to go outside and try to figure out what, or I can go to an English dictionary, open that up, and see what the word communication means so I can
Uh-huh.
start using that word in my
That's where
vocabulary,
that's
right?
that's where we'll start. But that's where we started.
So when
That's where
That's
y'all
hold,
not where
start.
you
Yeah.
hold on.
finish.
So when the guy made the point on Sanetta's channel, when Nepal and him was disagreeing, when he was saying that consciousness is just a function of the brain, it's not that deep as y'all think it is. You know what I'm saying? Like it's
It's
telling y'all.
but that's where
That's why I
we
asked you.
differ. That's where we differ. Because
That's
I'm
why
saying
I
it's not a
asked you.
function of the brain.
Well, can
Okay,
you
so
explain? I'm sorry. Let me talk to my sisters and brothers. To Neo and to the sister, how do you say your name? Yashir,
It's Yashiria. It was
Yashiria.
Yashiria.
I don't, if I'm coming off like passionate and rugged, I want to say, especially to the sisters, I absolutely love your input. I don't want to ever just deter you from hitting the link. I love that you're on here. I love talking to more sisters about this stuff. So if I disagree with you, Neo, you know I love you. I love
yeah,
going.
girl, I do this. I don't take this personal.
Yes. And I'm talking to the
Me
other sister
either.
though. Even when you were, when I was getting
Me either.
frustrated when you were talking
Mm-mm.
about vegetable,
No,
I
I'm not
agree.
worried about that.
But I
I'm not
agree with
worried.
you. I know people call vegetable when they're in the chair, but so I just want to say, I absolutely respect you and love you. If I get heated, it has nothing to do with my
Nepal.
sisters or my brothers. No, I need to make that clear because I really want more sisters to talk like this and put their information in. Now I'm gonna mute out again, but I know Sonetter's coming back, and Judah, you need to hit the link because Sonetter said hit the link. And Eric
Hey,
Graham, I see you in the chat. Hit the link because you sure do like to make a lot of comments. And
hey,
to the
I like.
brothers too. To the
Hey,
brothers
I
on the
don't know
stage.
who Eric Graham is, but if I was single, boo, I'd be telling you to hit me because he be hyping my head. Or I don't know if it's a girl or a female, but they be whoever Eric can, him and No Saints,
Eric
Eric and
Graham.
No Saints, they really be like blow. They like my biggest fans, bro. Like I really like whoever they are. But I
Yeah.
want to say one more thing. Is get your hand out my pocket. I don't know if you still in the chat. Tell Sonetta what it is that you want to debate me. We've been trying to figure out what it is that you've been trying to challenge me on. Because like I told you, I'm ready. Because if it's what I think you want to challenge me on, you gonna get killed, bro. I don't know if he's still in the chat, but he don't brought it up like a few times in the chat that he want to debate me on something, but he
Right.
never say
It has
what
something
it
to do with
is.
the man panel, that one with Kevin.
Girl, he want to argue about that.
But he is your brother. He loves you very much. I'm just gonna say that he's really he's behind the sisters 100%. Don't kill him too much. That's what I'm trying to say.
But he don't want to go there. 'Cause you don't want to go there. I'm gonna eat them up every time. I don't want to lose my male fans again, cause they get mad at me.
Well, I want to talk to the brother, the brother Shechem Roz involved, the sister and the brother. It's tribal thing. Let me see who. Oh, Judah hit the link, I think.
Oh
Sonetter,
Lord.
yeah, Sonetter is coming in as well. Peace, Judah. Brother, it's a tribal thing. I haven't heard from you. Did you want to add something?
Yeah,
I'm
he
just
You know
listening.
what? You're
I'm
gonna
just
get
listening
blocked,
and
Magic.
learning
I
right now
promise
because
you. Go
because
ahead, brother. I'm sorry.
it's always something else to learn about consciousness, And I'm not an expert. I never claimed to be, but when I talk to people, my purpose is to sit, is to of course voice my opinion, but at the same time listen. Maybe I can get something added on to what I already know about the limited or whatever the conscious, as far as my knowledge is on consciousness, I can get a better understanding because there's always something else to learn about consciousness. So I'm just
yeah.
sitting there listening to, listening and see if I can, research further, because this is very interesting because a lot of people coming from the medical standpoint, a lot of people coming from, beyond that, plus the medical standpoint. So I'm really trying to get an understanding of what consciousness is, as far as
At least
there's
you
just so
open
much to learn about
minded.
it,
At least you open
so
minded though. So that's gonna
yeah,
get you far.
but at first I wasn't like this, so it took I'm 49 years old, so it took a
Hmm.
long time for me to reach this point.
Hmm.
So
But at least you open minded. Like it really takes you. You got to understand that we're just humans. We don't know everything. Nobody can prove. Just like that's why I asked her, can I use that same logic to tell her that she can't never prove God? If she was saying you can't never prove consciousness based off going deeper into the definition. So but I wanted to ask, did he leave? Did Shechem Raw leave? Chuck, I do want a quick
no, he's
question. I
still
have
there.
because
He's still there.
you're a, yeah. Are you like? And it really don't matter, but I just want to know what are you like a Christian or Hebrew Israelite? What's your faith?
No,
Can he
none
hear
of
me?
those.
He said
Yeah, I can
no.
hear you. No, I'm none of those.
Are you? But
No,
are you like a theist
no,
or
I'm
what?
not.
I
I mean,
can't hear.
those are
Can y'all?
labels that we try to. Those are labels that we're trying to. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Mhm.
Do I acknowledge that there is a higher power that
Mhm.
is behind the instrument, behind what we call as creation? Yes. Right. But do I
All
call
right. So
myself
you.
a believing in a God? No. Because when we talk about belief,
Okay.
we talk about belief,
Okay.
then we get into a whole nother
Oh
conversation.
no, we respect that. I just want to know if you thought we had free
But
will.
let me ask. No, we don't.
Okay. Good. Okay. We agree on
No,
some.
we
All
don't.
right. Go ahead. Okay. All right.
No, because no, I mean, you have a will that allows you to be free, but you don't have a free will. That's two different things, right?
Okay. I just want
No
to see
one
where you
chose the
were.
body that they're born into. No, you didn't choose the body
All
you're
right.
born into. You didn't choose the family you're born into. You didn't choose your mama. You didn't choose your daddy, right? You didn't choose how
Mhm,
you look. You didn't choose any of those
mhm.
things, right? In fact,
Yeah.
when we
You don't
talk
even
about
have
the
free will
brain,
on
right?
that point.
We talk about the brain. We talk about the brain, right? The frontal lobe is the instrument that allows you to make decisions. And that doesn't even come on until you're 25 to 28 years of age. So we
All
definitely
right.
don't have the ability to just make decisions. And then on top of that, when we talk about a damaged frontal lobe from alcohol, liquor, poor diet, all kind of other things, right? Then you diminish your ability to make choices, right? But when
Mhm.
we talk about free will, no, because we don't choose the time we die. We don't choose any of those things, right? So when we talk about just having the ability to just do what you want to do, no, that's a misnomer. There's no such thing. And that
Mhm.
that would denote that if that's the case, then that would say that Christians are a lie, because that means because according to Christianity and the Abrahamic faiths, that God is in control of all things. So if God is in control of all things, He's
Okay.
in control of your actions. Therefore, you have no free will.
Yeah. 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 I was
So
just
we agree on
wondering
that.
because
Yeah.
I was just wondering because I was people was wondering how I can I not believe in the Bible but still say we don't have free will, and I was trying to base it off of a philosophical point of view and then just how our brain functions anyway. But I just wanted to see where you are. We might disagree about consciousness, but it seemed like we agree on other stuff. So
I don't think we disagree on consciousnesses. I just
we
think we
definitely
just have
disagree on consciousness.
no, no. When I say what I mean is by I think that the brain has a large part to play in our ability to use our consciousness, but I don't think
Hmm.
that it is the end all be all of consciousness. Because if that's
Hmm.
the case, then we have to have the conversation about consciousness outside of the brain, right? And I'm talking
Hmm.
about when I'm talking about that, I'm talking about inside the body. I'm not, let's scratch the brain, right? I'm talking about inside the body, cellular consciousness. Cellular consciousness is, you have cells that are able to make decisions. That's why we talk about when we talk about injecting you with lidocaines, when we talk about the blood, the immune system is able to recognize, right? And we talk about recognition. A dog can recognize, a cat can recognize, right? A bird can recognize. Well, even inside of your body, cells
Do you think?
recognize. So if the cells recognize, they have the ability to say, you know what, that don't belong here. So let's get rid of it. That's something that consciousness, that's a means of consciousness, right? And I mean, that's why I'm saying we can get real technical, but when we talk about just the definition of consciousness, then we just lock ourselves into humans or animals or what have you being able to be aware of their environment. And I'm saying that when you get down to the brass tacks, even down to the minutia, and we can go further down, that's where I was going with it as far as the quantum aspect, because they're saying, and their studies are showing that even electrons, and the electron don't have no brain, don't have no body, don't have no nervous system, don't have none of that, has the ability to be, it has a, it participates in consciousness. So that's all I was saying. That's what I'm saying. I
Mm,
don't think we really disagree that much. I'm just saying I'm going a little bit further with it than just what the dictionary states, because the dictionary is not a scientific or it's only just for us to be able to exchange ideas and concepts.
all right. Well, we, like I said, we can agree to disagree. And with me, I still see it as a function. And I'm gonna give you an example. A robot or a computer. Human beings create robots. We make computers. We can program that computer to recognize errors, recognize words and stuff, and we can program it to perform a function to do what we want it to do. That doesn't mean that that computer is conscious. Or when we build a robot who is programmed to do the same thing, when it recognize, like if you have a robot that recognize if a person comes into the store, it says hello. That robot is not conscious. It's programmed to do what it was designed to do. That's why I keep telling you the brain is a function. It's a function because when it dies, just like the sister said, you can't live. Your body can't live without the brain, but your body can. You can get a new heart. You can get a
Yeah, it
new.
can actually.
You think the body
Wait a
can? Yeah,
minute.
with machines, but with
It can live without the
artificial.
brain. It can't live without the heart.
Wait a minute. What I said
So
was the brain. I said the heart can live without the brain, but the brain can't live without the
It
heart. What
cannot
I
live
mean
without the
by
heart.
that
Exactly.
is that the once the brain can only go 15 minutes without oxygen. Once that's over, it's
Mhm.
over. But the heart, the heart can go 15 minutes, maybe 20 minutes without oxygen. But when you can revive the heart, and when the heart revives, the body can live on. The brain, you can't revive the brain
right,
regardless. Once the
that's why
brain
I
is
was saying.
gone, it's gone. Now we was talking about consciousness of the brain. Now the brain, once the brain shuts down, you still the rest of the body still has to shut down. You still have the heart that's alive, so the body still has to shut down regardless to the brain. So consciousness is still in the body. You only worried about the brain. The body
Thank
still
you.
has consciousness. So
That's
you
not
were only worried
no.
about the brain.
Okay,
So
so that's incorrect, and let me tell y'all why. The brain or the body shutting down does not mean consciousness is that the brain body is conscious. Your body's designed when you die, is your body not designed to start into decay? What happens? Bacteria takes over. The little microbes that's programmed into your body from when you die, you start to decay. The bacteria, that's why people still fart, that's why muscles still twitch and all that stuff. It's just the body's dying out, but your mind or whatever it was is no longer aware of you being alive. You get what I'm saying? That is gone. That's why I asked y'all, have y'all ever seen a dead body? There's nothing there. It's gone. Judith asked, what you
no,
shaking
that
your head for?
I have a question though
Because
before that.
your assertions are not due to science, due to your own opinion.
What's
And
new? And then what? Like what, man?
aware only consciousness only means to be aware.
I gave the English definition of what consciousness is.
Okay, you have like three: you have subconscious, you have logical reasoning consciousness, and you have
Mm-hmm.
super consciousness.
Mm-hmm.
Well, subconscious are memories and things that are stored that you're not necessarily thinking about,
Mm-hmm.
but they're right there. What
Mm-hmm.
about when you sleep? When you sleep,
Mm-hmm.
your mind is going still. Your mind is still in a state of consciousness or awareness, even though you
Mm-hmm.
are in a quote unquote death trance.
Mm-hmm.
When you have super consciousness, that's a higher reasoning or an awareness above what your logical. People be like, well, if I can't see it, taste it, smell it, feel it, it don't exist. Super consciousness is aware of there are things that you can explain physically. So consciousness only means to be aware. Second, I don't want to say this too, real quick. Trying to exclude the universal mind or the creative mind out of consciousness is foolishness because God's name is in your DNA.
What is God's name? This is interesting. What's God's name?
Yahweh.
He told you that?
We don't have to tell you that. Do you study science?
I studied science, but I'm trying to see where you got that name from. Because this is what I killed the apostle on when we had our sit down.
That's apostle. I'm Judah Nazareth. I come here.
Yeah. Where did you get the name from? Where the name came from?
Himself.
So he told you?
He didn't tell me nothing. It's in your brain.
Who told? God didn't tell me his name.
He didn't tell you because you don't look for him. You don't study. You don't study.
I was a Christian and then I was a Hebrew Israelite.
How do you be? I was
because I don't believe the doctrine is true.
That doesn't mean you're not an Israelite because you don't believe it.
Y'all can't prove that we are. Y'all believe it. It's a belief system. Y'all don't know it. Y'all believe. Y'all convinced.
All right.
I do have a question though, humbly. I do have a humble question.
Hold on, just real quick. You have these things called peptide amino acids and things due to your DNA. We all know that DNA are information centers stored in the brain. The mind is the function of the brain. The mind is your cogitation, your reasoning, your reflection, your judgment, your this and your that. That's not your brain. That's your brain's function. In your DNA strand, you have a YHWH. Whose name is that?
So you telling me when scientists look under the DNA and do our DNA sequence and they see the actual English letter H and Y? They see that, or did they assign those letters?
They assigned the letters.
Oh, okay, but it wasn't there though.
No, it is there. What you mean it wasn't there? It is there. It was there.
You just said they assigned the letters.
Do you know that the Most High knows science? He created science.
Okay.
You didn't know that? So he knew it.
I'm not saying that. I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm trying to see where you got the name from.
No, I didn't get the name. You have the name in your DNA.
So when they look into my blood, they can read the word YHWH. They can see that
in your blood.
I know what he's trying to say. He's saying that there's a fourth.
Your blood is your life.
I know what he's trying to say.
Okay, maybe you can explain it. Okay.
Yeah, let me explain this. He's trying to say that the tetragrammaton. He's trying to say that the tetragrammaton, which is YHWH, right? Yod He Wal He, is written inside of your blood based on adenine, thymine, cytosine, and guanine, right? So that's what he's trying to say, that those four levels within your blood or within your DNA are the same things that are relatable to what we call the tetragrammaton. But I mean, you could stretch that in all kinds of different ways. You could say the four elements. You could say the four forces: strong, weak, gravitational, electromagnetic. I mean, there's different ways you could stretch that. So I mean, I know where he's going with it, right? And I understand his concept, but I mean, that's what.
Well, like I
said, the letter Y, the English letter YHWH is in my DNA.
That's what he's saying. I'm not agreeing with it. I'm saying that's
what goddamn. Listen, the Nile is a filthy river in Egypt. You study science. No one cares about your religion called atheism.
I'm not atheist. That's the sad part.
Your DNA is composed of four elements. What are your four elements of DNA composed of?
You tell me. You say it's God's name. I don't know. You tell me. You said it's God's name. The English letters YHWH. I thought it would be Hebrew, or according to Apostle, it'd be Paleo Hebrew. I find that crazy that it's the
He's saying
English.
it's Yod He Waw He, right, or
What
however
what
you want to
what
pronounce it, right? But
what four
I mean, I get
components?
what I know. I used to be a Hebrew
Wait,
Israelite,
brother,
so I
hold on,
understand the
brother.
whole
You
whole
don't know what I'm
concept.
saying because I'm saying your DNA has 4 elements. What are they?
Okay, you tell me.
Well,
You,
you're the one that's in denial of yourself. You don't, that's why it says know
bro.
thyself.
I asked you,
Why
how do
you
you
cut me
know
off?
God's name, and you
I
told me it
just
was
told
in
you.
my.
The brother just told you.
So can you explain to me what that means? You getting all frustrated and getting all
I'm
excited,
not getting
and I'm
frustrated.
just
No, because you're
you
placing
clearly
denial
getting
in front.
frustrated because
Listen,
you.
sister, we're not. Listen, I'm not a monkey. I don't come from monkeys. I'm an intelligent being. The Most High is telling you, I've created you. From all that you see that exists is all
Oh
within
my!
yourself.
Is it
All
earth,
within you.
wind, and fire and water? Is it earth, wind, fire, and water? Our
I
helper
Hydrogen,
is
don't
it
know.
earth, wind,
hydrogen,
fire, and
ni-
water? I don't,
hydrogen,
I don't know. Earth,
hydrogen,
wind, fire, and water, because
hydrogen, nitrogen,
I don't
oxygen,
know.
carbon.
Okay.
Okay,
Oh,
can
she
I
was
Those are the
ask
close.
what is
four
that
You
elements
were
in
letter?
your
close.
DNA. These things exist
Can I ask
outside.
about the
That's
letter
not
in their
Wait, listen.
mouth?
DNA.
Are you listening? Wait, are y'all listening? These
He-
things
he-
exist outside the self. They exist in nature or in the universe, and they're also existed within the self.
with
So
all due
anyone who's saying,
respect, y'all
I
have
know,
no
no,
idea
no,
what's
listen,
in
you
the
don't need to
universe.
I know you don't need to
You
respect
have
me.
no idea what's in the
All
universe.
right,
We
oh, I
limited
just
here.
this is. I mean, it's not funny. It's actually really pathetic.
It's
Everything
really
that
funny because
exists,
I asked you, how do you know what God's name is? And you told me it's
I just
in my DNA. And then you giving me words that you say means God's name. And I said, well, who assigned that to the DNA? And you said y'all did. I'm laughing because what you saying don't
it's
even
not
make
funny.
sense.
It's stupid. Who
It's,
created? Who created sound, speech, the mind?
I,
Who did that? Let me
the
let me
mind.
ask you a question. Wait, hold on, listen, because this is not a goddamn special needs class. I keep
Oh,
telling you.
wow.
I know. No, it's not. Wow. Who created? Where's the wind come from?
The earth.
Wind comes from the earth.
With the earth, I don't know how you want me to respond to it. I only know what wind is because I live here on planet Earth and I can feel it when it blows. I can see it when I'm from Florida, I had, a bunch of hurricanes. So I believe wind exists. I know it exists because
It came from the
but
Most
We
High.
know. I said, where does it come from?
it comes from the
It comes
earth.
from the Most High.
It does not come from earth. It comes from the Most High.
It comes from the
Do you
Most
know the
What
High.
same
happened?
word? You know the same word for wind is the same word for mind, which is the word for spirit, the word rawat. And if you don't want that, you can go to the Greek word psyche.
Oh, I thought it was.
Listen, your mind is like the wind, where it's its source from the creative mind, the same mind that keeps this whole universe mathematical and geometric is the same thing that is placed within you. That's why the Most High said to you, to mankind, be fruitful and multiply. When man and woman go through the stages of procreation, they're doing the exact same thing that the Most High did. When a man begins to perceive in his thought, he wants to lay down with that woman, he gives her his strength or knowledge. Does he not? Yes. And it manifests in the form of semen. It goes it goes up into the woman's thing. She goes into a state of, conception.
Judah,
Yes.
Judah,
Yes.
all this that you saying, brother, you cannot push your belief. That's a belief, man. This is your belief. It's not an actual fact, Judah.
All
And
right.
Right.
you're trying to force your belief system on the world, brother. That's just what you believe. Everybody in the world is different. Everybody don't have that same belief, man.
So how'd you get here?
Some people believe in Allah, and they could say certain things. That's what you're saying. They will call you an atheist because if you was to tell them, I don't believe in Allah, I believe in Yahweh. Guess what they will call you, brother? They will call you an atheist, and they will also say that you are what they call an unbeliever over there. What do they call a non-believer?
Don't believe.
Infidel.
Not a
No, they
heathen.
don't say
Not a heathen.
infidel.
No, no,
They
no.
say kafirun. They say, oh, he's a kafir. He don't believe in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. See, so everybody have their own beliefs, my brother. It's a belief system that you're dealing with.
That
No,
It's not a
no,
fact.
no, it's a fact that a man
no,
has to form it. Hold on, let me finish. It's a fact in animals and in human beings. What are you shaking your head for? How'd you get here? A stork? You got here because a man conceived in his mind to lay down with that woman. And he injected his knowledge. That's why it says to know that woman. He injected his knowledge, that thought. You were conceived first as a thought and manifested as sperm from his testicles. And you shot up and you went up into an egg. And you wasn't sitting there thinking about it, like, oh, how do I get here and beat these other sperm to get to this egg? No, it's a process. And doctors know how the process works, but they do not understand how sperm, it doesn't know, because it's not cogitating on how to get to the egg.
Hey, Judah, let me ask you a question, brother. How old is the Torah?
We're talking about I don't know. There's no date. It doesn't say.
How old do you assume? How old do you assume that man was here? How old? What would you say? What was the oldest man you would say?
I don't know. The Torah doesn't state.
Of course, you ain't going to get it pinpoint, but just give us a roundabout answer.
Wait, what about how man got here?
Nobody knows that.
Nobody knows that.
We know that we know, Judah. What we do know is that we got here through our mother and father. And they got here through their mother and father.
Right, you got here from your mother and father, which means
exactly.
Listen, that man shot his knowledge into that woman.
Yes, I agree.
Listen, that woman went through a gestation period.
Okay.
And you were brought here on the physical plane as a baby. So you went through 3 stages. That's knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. Man, woman, child. Negative, positive, neutral. Sun, moon, star. It's a process. It's a science. I didn't mention nothing about the Torah, nothing about the Quran. It's just plain common sense science.
Judah, can I ask you a question, brother? I can ask you a question. Do you believe there's different levels of intelligence? Do you believe that some people are born with higher and lower IQs and stuff like that?
Oh, indubitably, as Rod Brack would say.
Okay. Do you believe that comes from the Most High?
Yeah.
So the Most High do program people to have lower IQs than other people, right?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Oh, wait. So who determines if a person's going to be super smart or, very low IQ? How is that determined?
It's just, I'm explaining. It's just like a person is born in this physical state. If that man works out on his body begins to increase in size and strength. And so it is with the mind. If you don't read nothing and study nothing, your mind becomes weak. If you study and apply your mind all the time, and you're always studying something, your mind, not your brain, your mind begins to increase in height, length, and width. Knowledge and wisdom, understanding. So the Most High creates you. He gives you your base patterns. He gives you the cognitive abilities, and it's your mind to develop. Either you sit and study and practice and study things all day, or however long you do it, when you get leisure, or you don't study nothing at all. You just go by your own vain opinion without based on knowledge, wisdom, and understanding, which will get you confounded.
All right. Okay. So how you explain someone who's autism? Explain that. Can that autistic child pick up a book, read every day, and strengthen their mind, or is their brain defected and they're functioning at whatever IQ their brain allows them to function at?
All right, now you will say defective. A lot of autistic people have a higher rate of understanding certain things than what you call, quote unquote, a normal person. So the parts that you lack in understanding, they far exceed. You have doctors, like doctors, autistic people, or people with quote unquote these brain defects, because the way their brain works, they become experts in things like
they can focus on a particular field and like you said, succeed me, but they have other issues where they can't function in society, where they need assistance. They need someone to help them do logical things, like make logical decisions, or what's another word, social behavior. They still need help functioning among society. So that's why I asked you, does the Most High program our brains to function? Because why some people can come out to be brain surgeons and these kids be like super smart when they're young. You ever seen children like 5, 6 and they gifted and they can skip grades? Then there's some children that's born that can't keep their head up and they delayed when they speak. So I'm asking you, does the Most High play a part on how a child's brain develops?
Absolutely.
Does he? Okay.
And then that.
So you're saying that the Most High is up to the Most High if a child comes out like
with Down syndrome.
Yes, with Down syndrome. The Most High doing.
That's not all. You can't place it all on the Most High. How do you know what the mother was in the
I'm just asking because
What are you
while
talking
me and
about?
No,
you,
hold on, y'all,
What
hold
are you
on.
talking
well, the
about?
reason why I
So,
asked him that because while we
so,
was debating,
Neil,
he
you're not
questioned my
asking.
intelligence, he
You're
questioned
not
my
asking.
ability to think, and I'm
No,
like, maybe
no,
I'm
that's
thinking
why
like this because
I
the
just like
Most
to provide
High.
it especially for those who study science.
Judah,
This is
Judah,
honestly.
I'm asking you. So
Hold
is
on.
it the
This
Most
is not.
High?
I'm not. I'm
Is,
not talking about. I never
is it
worked.
is it the
I
Most
see what
High
I'm at.
who
No,
determines
it's
if
not.
that baby gonna come out with autism? That's the Most High doing, right?
No, it's not solely placed on the Most High. It could be something the mother was doing or the father as well.
All right, I can prove it to you that is the Most High doing, brother, according to your
Wait a
Bible.
minute. You said the Most High don't exist. So how can you prove it?
The problem I
I'm,
got with
I'm
that, man.
saying according to your Bible, brother. The Most High said He does that, not nobody else. The Most High is responsible for all of that. Remember in the book of Jeremiah, I think it's 5:1. He said, "I shaped and molded you in the womb before you came out of the womb." He said, "I knew you before you came out of the womb." Why? Because I shaped and molded you before you came out. So the Most High is letting you know that He's the one that shaped and molded you. I knew you before you knew not. Even in the Quran, it says, "I'm closer to you than your own jugal vein." So the Most High is letting you know that I am the one that shaped and molded you. I knew you was gonna come out, Ray or Ray. You know what I'm talking about.
I know
You
what
know
you're
what I'm
saying.
talking about.
Yes.
You know
I
what
know
I'm
what you're
saying?
saying.
Ray, Ray.
Yes.
When I say Ray, what wrong with Ray? I knew you was gonna come out like that. So this is what the Most High is doing. This the Most High, according to the Bible, that says this is why you coming out, and He condoned
You're gonna have to teach
um
her this.
the rainbow. He condoned the rainbow flag. Is his responsibility. He knew that.
So okay. So according to you, if I walk up into somebody's house and just start just clapping the whole family up, I can go to court and be like, "Well, hey man, the guy knew I was gonna do this beforehand. You can't throw me in jail because God made me do it." They're gonna be like, "No,
Yeah,
you're
but
going
guess
to
what,
prison."
Judah?
The Most
Judah.
High
Yeah.
gives you a the
But
Most High
Judah, guess
gives you.
what?
Wait, hold
Yes,
on.
you
Wait.
can.
No,
Yes, you can go
you
to.
forget.
Yes,
Hold
you can
on.
go to court and say that, but
Brother,
your ass will get
our book,
locked up.
Son, our book says you have a choice: life or death, good and evil. You have a choice. What do you mean? What are you shaking your head so? Neil, I hear the dumb questions you ask. They're foolish.
So you
You have
saying
a
God give
choice.
you a choice too now?
Listen, you have a choice.
No,
So
you
if you
don't have a
live,
choice,
It's
brother.
called
God
listen,
interferes.
It's
God
called
interferes.
premeditated murder.
all
God
right,
gives.
this is
God
foolish.
Pre
gives. Listen, according to your Torah, it's
premeditated
all in your
murder.
Bible, man. God
Right.
always interferes in human affairs all through your Bible, brother.
Okay.
So when
Now,
man want to do something else, what do God do? He comes and punish him. Why did he punish the whole house of Israel? If you have a choice, then he punish y'all for all that nasty stuff that y'all was doing in Israel. So how you
all
gonna
right.
say you got a choice now?
Now, because I'm going to tell you again, if you studied our book a little bit more instead of isolating it, you'll know the Most High like people and certain people he just don't care about. He don't pay you no attention. If he don't like you, he'll let you do what you want to do.
All
And you
right.
know
So
that's how. Hold on, you know that's how it works. If the Most High don't like you or he hates you, he'll let you do whatever you want to do, so you kill yourself. That's your choice. But if he
but
likes you,
What
he'll
the?
prevent you from.
So
but
that
the
sounds
most
like a goddamn human being to me, man.
Sinetta,
Who
hold
created?
on. But
What do you mean? He
you
created human beings. So, like,
so
see, sister here who thinks life is a joke. That Most High did not give her wisdom. She thinks
I'm
as an
not. I
animal.
don't think life is a joke.
You
That's why
think
I'm
like
not
an
wasting
animal.
my time. That's why
Right?
I'm
I
not
know.
wasting my time believing a fairy tale. I
That's
actually
you.
believe life is
Right.
very precious. It's
I
not a
understand.
joke.
I got it. You
But
think
look,
you're a
but check this
primate.
out. You
Listen,
you don't even realize you keep contradicting yourself because you just
you
said
don't know
that it
what
was
you're
the
talking
most
about.
high.
You
You
speak
just
one
said it was
language.
the most high. You just said that it was
See,
the most
this
high
turned to
that
a
got
goddamn
me here.
joke. All right. Thank
So
you,
right,
Nepal. This is what I'm talking about. They don't study science, don't study nothing. Everything's a joke.
it's
Either
not.
you a dog
No,
or a
you
duck.
a joke. What we're
You
talking about
gotta
is not a
elevate your
joke.
mind and stop
But
thinking
you
stupid.
are a joke. You
Hey,
are
what? No, I
hilarious.
know. I know 4 languages. You speak one.
I
Okay.
don't
You
care.
don't know
And
nothing.
Okay.
that don't
Let me
because you
jump in here real
and
quick
I
before
know
I
how
get
to
to you.
drive a semi
Wait a
truck.
minute.
Do you know how to drive a
So
semi
do
truck?
I. So do
Real
I.
quickly.
So
Excuse
So
that
me.
do
that
I.
doesn't have nothing to do with intelligence
So
of
Um,
do I.
reasoning.
And you
can
had
I
to go to
jump
That
in
school
for
to do
one
sounds
it.
second?
dumb.
Can I jump
You
in for 1 second? Just let's take a breather. I wanted to see the sister was trying to say something. I'm sorry I can't remember your name. Can you say it for me again?
It's Yashiria.
Yashiria. What were you
I just
saying?
wanted, yes.
Go ahead.
I wanted to ask, what was the purpose of the preordained? If you said that he knew that the kids were gonna, if he knew that the children were gonna be
From a hospital
handicapped
that,
and
you know.
having all these other problems and issues, that makes it preordained. And if they are preordained to be coming in with all these issues and whatnot, then what are you saying? If they're preordained to come in that way, that's kind of saying premeditated. And in a court of law, that does make you responsible. So you are responsible for premeditated issues to say if that child, if you knew that child was going to come in to be a murderer, that's premeditated. You knew this child was going to come. You knew that that child was going to be 21. You knew that that child was going to be a murderer. You knew that. That's preordained. That's premeditated. What do you mean that you knew this was in the stars? You knew this was in the writing. You was trying to back that up. I don't understand.
And sis, to go deeper into that, some of the Hebrew Israelite men teach that the Most High created Esau to be evil, and the Bible says that He hates Esau. So even that, when I think why wind up winning that debate with Christina, even though they keep saying we have choices or whatever, I prove according to the Bible narrative that whatever the Most High says is going to happen or whatever He preordained, you can't deviate from the script. You can't change your mind at that moment. I prove that you don't have free will, just like Judas. Judas' whole purpose of existing was to portray Christ. He could not portray Christ because it was already spoken into prophecy that he was going to do that. You get what I'm saying, sis? So that's why with him, when he keeps saying you have choices and stuff, the Bible contradicts itself. Certain areas that make it seem like you have choices, but then they cannot get around the whole Bible from the beginning to the end, that the Most High planned all this out. If the biblical narrative is true, we are nothing but a bunch of puppets, actors acting in the script of whatever God wrote our lives to be. We have no control of that. Just like the young man said, we didn't control when we was born. We didn't control our parents. I didn't control what I looked like or none of that stuff. And we are easily influenced. If I grow up in a bad neighborhood, in the hood, then selling drugs and stuff, what's the chances of me becoming a drug dealer or a bad person? The probability is high. But if I was raised with doctors and lawyers, the probability of me being a doctor or a lawyer or someone successful is high. You don't control none of that. So wherever you are, the Most High place you there. If you believe in the biblical narrative, they can't get around it.
Okay, I want to. I left for a minute, and the conversation went another direction, which is fine. But I do want to. I think I heard at one point, Neil, you said. I think you're talking about theists in general, not just me. That someone can't use. I prove that God is real if I say, we can't definitively say what consciousness is. I can't definitive peace on that, or I see he jumped off, or maybe when he got dropped off. If I say that we can't definitively say what consciousness is, I personally also say the same thing about we can't definitively, we as a collective whole can't definitively say this is God. Me as an individual, I can tell you what God is to me as an individual.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I wanted to make that clear that that's all I require. I don't require someone to tell me God is this and this is that, because then you get to the point of religion, things like that. So I wanted to make that clear. I never tell people, you have to believe God this way and this is what God is. But if someone asks me personally about God, like when Q was asking me, he's trying to do that whole, oh, you're a Hebrew Israelite. I don't have a problem explaining my belief. Oh, and I do need to address this, and then we can have a conversation on it. People say, well, why won't she just answer? Why does God kill babies? That's the atheist question of all time. I think that's maybe what you guys were discussing. I was in and out because I was having.
Oh, you talking about me and Judah? No, we was all over the place, and I was kind of like, I seen he was getting flustered, so I began to poke and like laugh at him a little bit because he started insulting me, telling me I'm stupid, I'm not intelligent, and all. That's why I asked him, "Do the Most High give us our intelligence?"
Okay.
So anything and whatever you feel about my consciousness or my intelligence or whatever he thinks about me, I was trying to tell him the Most High designed me that way, if that's what you want to believe.
Right.
But me and him was going all over the place. He's not even important. I don't even see how y'all take that man serious. I saw him get beat on. I never seen him win a debate yet. He was just on something called modern debate where a Christian whooped his ass. And if you can't beat a Christian in a debate and you're a Hebrew Israelite, then you need to rethink your beliefs because it's so easy to beat them with the scriptures if you're a Hebrew because you know the Bible in and out. They only know the New Testament, but he got his ass whooped because he's not he trying to say I ain't intelligent. He need to question himself.
Yeah, you may need
The
to get in the
problem, the
ring with
problem I
him.
have with that, I'm sorry, Sister Paul, I
Go
didn't mean to
ahead.
cut you off. The problem I have with that when people start talking science and things of that nature, and then the part they can't explain, they really don't understand or try to explain. They put religion on, you
Mm,
know, and they're two different sides of the spectrum. The problem I have with religion is that it's a belief system, and the fact that when you have a belief, we'll go back to the Webster Dictionary. No disrespect to Neil, but it's the acceptance of. So when you sit there and and accept things, that means you can accept anything that comes around. That's what I mean. I said in the beginning, as far as the consciousness, you have to actually have it's something inside you when you're ready for it. It's something inside you is going to make you question some things. It's going to
mm,
make you go research some things, especially in the beginning of your journey. And when you hear somebody say something, and it's something, and it don't sit right with you. That's a clue to say, hey, wait a minute, let me go research this word, or let me go find something about it. And then one path leads to the next, and one path leads to the next. And when people sit there and tell me, I try to stay away from people who say I have the truth, because once you say you have the truth, it's nothing else you can learn because you have the truth. So
absolutely,
at
I
the,
agree with you.
so
Hmm.
at the same time, your mentality has to be humble to the point where you're willing to learn every day. You have to learn every day.
Well said.
Because this is in any discussion, people say, well, I got the truth and I got this, I got that. You don't know nothing, you stupid. That, it's just people, I try to stay away from people like that,
Yeah.
because I don't like being around birds of a feather flock together. I don't like being around people that is going to, as far as infect me, like a disease or something contagious, that makes me not want to learn nothing, or I stop learning at this point, because one path is always older than the next. There's always a
Hmm.
path older, you
Hmm.
Let me
know.
say something, brother.
Yes, sir.
Let me say this real quick for my brother Judah Nas, man. It's never personal. And I want to say, when I go over to your house, I go in there and I sit down with like 9 Hebrew Israelites. I don't run. Y'all grill me. I come back strong. I don't bite my tongue. I'm in your house and I don't run. And I'm there like blocking everybody with my kung fu style, you know. And you come over here and now you see that you are out of your environment and you are not sitting around a bunch of yes men and you can't handle it, brother. You ran, man. And so what you're gonna do is you're gonna run and go make 10 goddamn videos about something we never disrespected you. We just dealt with the
Hmm.
information and the knowledge, brother. That's all we deal with is the knowledge and information. And because we don't agree with you, you felt like a fish out of water because you was not in your natural environment with a bunch of yes men around there. Yes, Judah, you're right, Judah. Yeah, brother. See, those are people who believe, who have a mind like yours, who believe in what you believe in. But when you step out of that realm and you see that there's a whole different world outside of that shit, brother, you can't take it. And you got frustrated. You started calling people names, and you ran. But I don't do that over there on you. I go over there and I face the fire and I don't run and I handle it. So I just want to tell you, brother, ain't nobody disrespecting you. We not mad at you. It's not personal. It's just battling for the hearts and minds of the people with the information. That's all I wanted to say, real quick.
Thank you, Senator.
Yeah, good point.
I have
No,
one question for Neo, just because I've been wanting to ask you this for the longest. So what? And I kind of try to stay away from the word believe. What do you
mhm.
acknowledge
Okay,
as
I'm gonna
far as
say I'm honest. I'm gonna be honest and say believe, because like I'm not an atheist, and I understand my stance of what it is I believe is. It's just a belief. It's a I'm convinced off of the evidence that I've been exposed to why I have these beliefs. I don't never say I know it or it's the truth. I see religion as this. Right now I'm studying different religions. I don't subscribe to one, but I'm studying a lot of different stuff. And a friend of mine's actually helped me understand I guess my point of view of things. Like she told me I'm more of not an agnostic, but somebody who's a omnis. And then I looked it up, and there's like two different definitions of it. And some people think it means that you are saying that all religions are truth, or you have respect for all religions. And I'm somewhere in the middle, because I do believe all religions are truth, because it all started once in someone's mind. You get what I'm saying? All gods, all religions first was a thought in someone's mind. And then if a person chooses to believe in whatever belief system they have, it's in their mind that's convincing them that this is true. You get what I'm saying? So I keep it real. Like I'm like Sinetta, we are humble enough to say we don't know if God's name is Yahweh or Yahweh. We don't know that. You get what I'm saying? So we don't go around telling people that's his name. We know. We don't know. We don't know which God is the real God. We're not convinced that the biblical God is the real God because of the contradictions, and how that God is more similar to human emotions. It's kind of written in the essence of the Bible that man wrote it, just because how the Bible deals with people and how it doesn't help us, like with our modern problems today. It doesn't work for us anymore. You get what I'm saying? So that's like where I'm at. I have a respect. Like I don't sit up here and tell people not to believe in a religion. I don't tell them to walk away from it. I feel like people need to do whatever they need to do to survive this world. The person that live in China, I can't go over there and tell them that there is no God. I can't do that. Number one, they was born in China. Whatever the creator is, he had that person be born Asian, so they most likely was going to become a Buddhist or whatever it is they believe in over there. You feel what I'm saying? So I don't go around doing that. I just show respect to other people's religion. But when they, just like this man in the green jacket, I can't really see his name because it doesn't say it on my screen. But just like he said, I stay away from people who say this is the truth or I know the truth. You're not God, so I know you don't know the truth. You're a man just like me trying to figure this out. You get what I'm saying? And the only reason why I think I'm really not fully, because I'm like this close of was becoming an atheist. I had my godmother. She said she almost died. She was in the hospital a couple of years ago, and she said she almost died. And when she was on, I guess when her heart stopped and they was reviving her, she said she saw her dad and her brother who passed away before her. And she claimed they told her it wasn't her time. So with me, I kind of was like, okay, there might be something exists afterlife, but I don't really know that for sure because I didn't experience it. That was her testimony. But I'm using her as a trusted source because I trust her. You get what I'm saying? But I'm not really sure. That's just a belief.
okay?
So that's where I'm at.
Okay. I've been wanting to ask
Yes.
you this for the longest, so I appreciate you elaborating. But
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
that's
Yes.
pretty
I,
intelligible.
I
Thank you.
actually have been, like I said before many times, I was looking into blood sacrifice, and then I started to see that once we started eating meat and blood, and I didn't even know about the expensive tissue hypothesis. I noticed that once we started eating meat and tasting blood, we our brains started to develop, and then we became intelligent. I mean, I say this over and over because I agree with what you're saying. um we started, if you're a theist like me, we started to conceptualize God. It started in our minds. See, God doesn't need us. As a theist, I say this: God doesn't need us to understand or believe in God. We conceptualize God as individual say sentient intelligent, conscious beings, and beings who we want to understand our existence. We want to understand things beyond us. When we first started to eat meat, I mean, this is like a broken record, but I'm going to say it over and over for eat as many streams as I can. We were together, we were tribal, we sat around fires at night in the darkness. And then in the darkness, we saw lights above us and lights out into the distance from other people. And then we started to, philosophize. We started to think, use critical thought. We started to conceptualize what was not fathomable. See? So when I say unfathomable God, we can only conceptualize God. It starts in our mind. It starts with our consciousness. Like I said, I don't say that consciousness isn't a part of the brain. I emphatically state consciousness is not only the brain. I digress. So once we looked into the cosmos, we saw lights there. So there must be life up there. And then we saw light because we saw lights in the distance and we knew those were other people, other tribes. So we started to create understanding of not just God, but just of everything, creation, life, existence, the order of things. And that all comes from the mind. It doesn't mean, as a theist, it doesn't mean that I say, oh, God is just us making up a little story. But I go further and say, just because it comes from your mind doesn't mean it's not real. So I'm agreeing with you in a long version, but yeah, that's where I'm coming from with God. Oh, one more thing. An atheist, this is where I can find a common ground with an atheist. An atheist can say, it's just in your mind. It's just in your mind. I go, yeah, it's in my mind, but it doesn't mean that God isn't real. I'm just trying, with my mind, with my consciousness, with my soul, I'm trying to make sense of God and my existence. So I had back.
That's real, but I'm gonna be honest with y'all.
Nepal, see if you came back.
I'm gonna be honest with y'all. Let me tell you why I don't argue with atheists and why I kind of agree with a lot of strong points they make. I think sometimes when believers when they argue with them and have a disagreement or they become passionate, you got to understand. I know people say atheism is a belief system, and I'm gonna disagree with that, but I don't want to go too much into it. If you listen to what they're saying, they saying that they are just not convinced. Most atheists say they don't say there is no God. They just not convinced. But you got to look at it like this. The believer is the one that's convinced. You know what I'm saying? And I have this metaphor that I kind of help people who atheists try to help explain to a believer what it means to be atheist. Imagine you a person that's a believer, right? This person, the believer, they got a box and they sitting next to this box, and a person walk past as an atheist and they say, hey, underneath this box there's a red apple. And the atheist person like, oh really? And you be like, yeah, there's an apple underneath this box. It's a red apple. And the atheist say, well, I don't believe you that there's an apple under that box. I can't even see it. There's all I see is the box. And the believer, instead of saying, no, there is a apple underneath this box, then the atheist is going to say, well, let's just lift up the box and see if there's an apple under there. So you both agree to lift up the box. You lift up the box and there's no apple, right? Then the believers say, well, it's the apple's not under this box. It's really under another box, but the apple used to be under this box. You just got to trust and believe me. The atheist is going to be like, well, I still don't see the apple. Then how can you tell the atheist, prove to me that there was never an apple underneath the box? Do y'all kind of see where they coming from? They can't prove a negative because they already in their mind said the apple never exists. The person that's making the claim is the one who has to prove that there is an apple under the box. And if they lift up the box and there's no apple, they can't run to another narrative saying, well, it's under another box, but you can't prove there was never no apple there. That's where I don't argue with them, because what they saying is true. Most people, is whatever religion, they cannot prove that their God exists. It's a belief system. Just like I asked Apostle the other day, how did he get the name that he called God by. That's why I asked Judas before he lost his mind. I asked him, did God tell him his name? Like, how do you know that? He went with DNA. Apostle with Paleo Hebrew. They don't even agree, and they both are Hebrew Israelites. Nobody can give me a direct answer of where y'all getting the name of God from. It'll be amazing if somebody finally would say, God told me his name. But y'all know so much about God, but nobody hears from God. It's, it seems like it's all of it is in their mind. But that's why I don't argue with atheists, because they have a point. No one can prove that God exists. Because every God functions in the same level. It's invisible, and it gave a group of instructions for its followers to follow. And there's people who believe, and there's just people who don't. But they all function the same.
Well, let me say this: there are some religions that there are religions, believe it or not, that don't say there's God. For example, Buddhism, right? When you study Buddhism, they tell you they don't believe in a God. They don't have any, and you think they pray to Buddha. That's some forms of Buddhism, but some other, like Theravada Buddhism, doesn't pray to a God. They tell
Mm-hmm.
you to find out for yourself, right? It's an experiential process, and so they don't all, not all religions acknowledge a, and we're again we're using the English language, right? So we're
Right.
limited in our ability to express concepts of reality. Right? When we start talking about different levels of or different concepts, we're limited into ABC 1, 2, 3. That's it, right? Where other languages, which have been here far longer than what we've been here, are able
Mm-hmm.
to say, no, we've experienced certain levels of consciousness or existence beyond what we can smell, see, or taste, or touch. So, when you start saying God, right, we always have a conceptualization because most of us are born into Christianity in the first place. We live in the West. So we're not born into some alternative means of self expression. We're limited, right? But when we start talking about really knowing that there's words that, for example, and I don't want to piggyback the Kemetic process of thinking, but it's a little bit better as far as expressing it because they say that it's NTR, which we can say nature or netter, right? Netter is a
Monday night.
better, or nature
Mhm.
is a better way of saying, right? Because we can say, look, you know what I mean? There's a dog. The dog has a nature. Some people have natures like dogs. Doesn't mean that you worship it, but it means that you have a conceptualization that there's something inside of you that shares with the same thing that's external, that which is external from you, a cat, right, or whatever, right? Those things are forces or ways of the supreme being expressing itself, but you can't necessarily say that is the supreme being because once you encapsulate it, then you lose. Like you said, once you say you have truth, then you've lost, right? You
Mm-hmm.
can't say you have a truth because then that way then you're gone, right? Because there's always something more to define what you're looking at. So that's why I think our ancestors had it best. That doesn't mean that's the end all be all, but when we say netter or nature, right, we're saying that
Mm-hmm.
hey, we all have that we have a human nature, right? Dogs have a dog nature, cats have a feline nature, right? Cows have a
Mm-hmm.
bovine nature, swines, pigs have a swine. They all have a nature, right? And all those natures, the only thing here's the key point: the only thing that can understand those natures outside of itself is man. And that's where we make man God. That's where we quote unquote the word God. We put ourselves in that position. But other than
Mm-hmm.
that, right, you can't limit it to anything because once you do that, then you start naming, and once you start naming, then you lose understanding of what the whole possibility of what it is what it could be. So that's where
Now
I
we
stand, right? I don't stand in a quote unquote perception or religion. That's why I say acknowledge. What do I acknowledge versus what I
Mm-hmm.
believe? I could believe anything, right? I could
Mm-hmm.
believe the sky is green. I could believe I'm a rat. Anything. That belief doesn't substantiate what we should be understanding. But what I acknowledge is that there is a being, whatever you want to call it, that is behind all of these different vessels that allows for it to recognize certain levels of itself, and man happens to be the quintessential expression of that consciousness, or mean that I can articulate, I can name, I can build, I can create, I can destroy, I can do all those things just like the supreme being does on the macro. I can do it on the micro. I don't get caught up into a worshiping anything or capitulating anything because then that makes it takes something outside of myself. So that's
Mm-hmm.
where I acknowledge that there is a supreme being, but I don't have to have a belief system to put me into a framework to be able to interface with it.
It's
And
like,
can
oh,
we respectfully say that because there is no supreme being speaking to you, giving you instructions, you said it yourself, you feel this in your essence and you observe it in nature. Can we agree
I
on that?
it's observe I observe it,
But
yes.
but there is no male voice in your head telling you
No,
that it's
no,
God.
no,
Okay.
because if that's the
'Cause,
case, if I say male, then I exclude female, right?
no, I was being funny because you know the
No, no,
biblical
I
narrative
got you.
says God is a male. I was actually being kind of
the
funny.
problem
But
the problem is
No, no,
we
no.
as
I mean,
human
I'm saying
beings. I'm sorry, brother.
no.
The
I was just
problem
saying
is
that
we as
once
human
you
beings. Oh,
go
go
ahead.
ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead. Sorry.
I was just
I,
limiting because that's the problem. Once you hear apostle and all these Hebrew Israelites say he, it's an itch under my skin because it's like, what about she? Why can't you say she?
hmm
Right? She is a part of it as well. In fact, the she made you. So how could you say there's people say, what about Adam? No one's born without a belly button. I mean, so that it gets silly. I mean, it gets ridiculous to a point where we start limiting ourselves to this doctrine where we are now. In fact, that's part of the problem why we live in the way that we live because we exclude the she aspect of the supreme being, which our ancestors, I can at least say, right, didn't exclude the she. They always had a she for a he. They always had an asar for an aset. They always had a min with a mu. We always had the counterbalance of existence. And that's why I at least tried to lend credence to our ancestors' concepts of reality a lot more than I do Western understanding.
Yeah.
yeah, I can respect that. I can respect that.
But the problem is that we as human beings, we always want to explain things in the now, a person, place, a thing. We always like you mentioned before. My question is now. I always ask myself this question when I get stuck on something. I said, what were we doing before 14 some odd year Islam existed? What were we doing before 2,000 some odd years of Christianity existed? What were we doing? And the Bible always explains as far as time as this person begot this person 6,000 years of existence. But the earth is a lot older than that. And we as a people are a lot older than that. The bones of Lucy, scientifically explain that the black man and the black woman are a lot older than what religion it explains. So that question alone excludes religion to a point that it doesn't make sense. It's not even logical. It doesn't, to the point it doesn't feel right, even though we were born into it, as far as what our parents were taught, what their parents were taught, and religion was used to enslave us, in the Atlantic slave trade. Even before that, 1,400 years of Arab slave trade, even done today for black people. So the existence of this, as far as time and BCE and AD and all this other stuff, what were we doing before all this even existed? Even the thought process of it existed. So what were we doing?
Hmm.
If I can
Because we live
piggyback
in
off of
different
all of
times.
that, if we can go back to piggyback off of that, you have to jump out of religion and go into spirituality because a religion truly is only a region in which you live in, and spirituality is into Mayat, and then you're going into Kemet. And so that's why you get stuck in consciousness and self-consciousness and staying into characters and staying into characterisms and departments and department relations and things of that nature because you're trying to be in a religion. That's saying that you're in that state of mind. And being in a state of mind is like being in a state, being in a compartment. And you're not in a compartment. In spirituality, you're in your universe. That's a whole galaxy. So in consciousness and self-consciousness, you're in a whole universe. That's the whole thing. You can't compart or departmentalize it. You can't put it in a box. It's the whole thing. It's not a end all be all. It's the whole thing. That's why you can't accept or put it or try to say it's one particular thing because it's not. That's why when you looking at something saying it's a religion is only saying it's a region of living. That's why when I can't think of the person because I'm coming out of religion into spirituality. I'm in a new member of the Shrine of Ptah. So I'm into Mayat. I'm coming into Mayat. I was all of these things because of my journey and my walk, because the Bible did teach that precept by precept, a little here, a little there. Everybody knew, but most religions only stayed in the religion. So most Catholic churches, when they visit Catholic churches, they only visit Catholic churches. That's not what it was about. When it said precept by precept, you were supposed to visit a Baptist church was supposed to go visit a different church, meaning it was supposed to go visit Pentecostal church, not another Baptist church. What are you going to learn from another Baptist church? They teach the same thing. You were supposed to go to a Pentecostal church. You were supposed to go to a different church, a Chinese or Buddhist church or something, so that you can learn the different religions, like learning a different language. You can't learn the same English languages. You speak English, you're not learning nothing. You need to go where they teach the different language. That's why the religions broke up differently. And that's what the religion is, a region of living. And all that broke up. Spirituality broke up into different, they called it religion. So when Constantine said, well, hell, you can preach how you want to and teach how you want to, living where you are. And that's what they did. And it's according to all these different Bibles. So I started Bible hunting. My father was a musician, but he ended up being a preacher. Why? Because all these Bibles don't say the same thing in the beginning. Some of them say, teach, read this and read that and read this and read that. They don't tell you how to read these Bibles. They don't tell you what they mean. But when you start reading into like this Masonic Bible, it tells you, it breaks it down. It has the tree of life in it, and it tells you what they do, what the Red Cross was supposed to do, what the Benedicts was supposed to do, what else was supposed to do. My mom gave me an open book Bible that taught me how to read this, that, and another. I end up buying a Strong's dictionary that these two things together they call a blue book. Excuse me, they call it now a blue book dictionary, a blue book Bible. These two things together. So my advice to you, Miss Neo, is that when you're looking up certain words in a Bible word, because it's a biblical word, you need a biblical dictionary, because Meridian and Webster is not going to have your answer, because that word was used in a biblical sense. And since the Hebrews made that word up, you're going to need a Hebrew word to figure it out. And then because it's not found in Meridian, because Meridian came later. And she going to say
Okay.
something different because he digged it up. So you're going to have to use it in the contents. If it's not in the Bible, which it came from, you're going to have to find a Bible dictionary to look it up. And if you don't
All
find
right.
it there, then go to Strong's, because it's going to be there,
All
right?
right.
And if Strong
Right.
have it there, that's where you have to see. When you're a doctor, you have to find the doctor's things in a doctor's dictionary. If you're a lawyer, you go to a lawyer's dictionary. Like I said, I know my brother was trying to teach me something, and I'm going to think about it, and I'm going to go back to the Queen's website, and I'm going to listen again, because I know it's something in there for me.
Right.
I'm trying to learn
Um.
something here. I follow Sonetta and the Queen because I'm trying to learn.
All
I'm
right.
not a scholar. I don't know. This is not my field.
All
I'm in
right.
human resources for a nursing home. I don't know nothing about all this. I'm learning. I've been
All
birthed
right.
by the Nazarene myself. That's where Yashiria came from. But this is a walk. It's called a walk of life. It's called a journey. And we all gonna learn one way or another. I'm a mother. I had to learn because I got daughters. So you have to teach. Each one teach one. I'm here to learn, not burn. So this
All
is
right.
what it is.
Sis, I just want to correct you on something because I know you probably don't know me like that, or you probably didn't see me when I first introduced myself to Sonetta TV. I used to go by Sister Zion. A lot of my videos I took down because I don't subscribe to those teachings. But if I don't feel like getting up because I'm actually in the bed, but I can go right in my closet and I can show you a whole bin of books and Bibles. And I have the Sefer, the Bible dictionary. I got 3 or 4 different versions of the Bible. I got Catholic stuff. I used to teach this stuff. This is why I'm telling you, it's the
No,
reason why I
I'm
don't
new to
believe.
you.
No,
Yeah,
no, no.
I'm
I was just
listening.
letting you
So I
know.
don't
I
know
just
that.
want you know you when you was telling me what I need to do. And remember, I told you I'm studying other religions now. I don't really need to
Mm,
study the Bible or Christianity no more because I already know majority of the history. Only thing I probably would do just so I can get better at my scholarship is probably study more the Hebrew because I can admit that I don't speak Hebrew. But then I don't know if you see my debate with Apostle. How I was wondering how a language that he claimed he is speaking that the scholars were saying that the language was never restored. It was revived. They made it up. And I'm glad Jabari backed me up when he did his debate with Judah of
yeah,
Nazareth, when he admitted this historic, he's a historian. He said the language was made up. So
it
that's the only
is.
thing I probably forced me learning the Bible. But there's nothing else I need to learn about the Bible. I kind of see it
No,
for what
I
it is.
wasn't speaking on that. I wasn't speaking on learning the
Uh,
Bible. I was speaking on the words they use in the
right.
Bible,
So
just to
yeah.
look it up in the Bible dictionaries and whatnot. Because
Yeah,
if
yeah.
you
I
have
know
to
how to
use
do
a
I know
real
how to do
word,
that. The
just
Strongs,
that.
all I yeah, I used to
Yeah,
teach it,
that's
boo.
all I was
So
speaking on.
and
No,
then
that's all
I'm
I
a
was speaking on. But
and I
other
got
than
a
that, that's
question.
all. Because I'm a fan of yours. I'm not. I
I
don't
got I got
know
a
anybody
question
but
for
Onion.
somebody named Craig. He says God speaks through His Word. It's a relationship. Why should God reveal Himself to people who don't love Him? Okay, Craig. This is my question to you, and I don't know if you still on the in the chat. Have you ever heard of somebody who grew up without their father? They didn't know who the father abandoned them, and the mother raised their child on their own. Even I think Tupac made a song where he's like, "How can he love a stranger?" How can you kind of put the notion on us like it's our fault for not believing in a God that's not revealing himself to us? You don't know if a person loved God or not. You don't even know what's in a person's heart. And I was dedicated. That's why I always share my experiences with people on Sarnetta channel when I let them know when I fasted for 7 days to save my marriage, when I went through a psychosis moment and I begged God to reveal himself to me, when I've been baptized 3 times. I put in the effort, sir, to ask this God of the Bible to reveal itself to me, to let me know I was on the right track. And I sat in silence. So what you saying is a little condescending because you putting the blame on the creator. We're not God. We are his creation. So if God loved us, when he revealed himself to us, why would it be so much confusion here, sir? A relationship is back and forth. You have a relationship with your wife, you can talk to her. You have a relationship with your mother, you can talk to her. But a relationship is not one way. You just can't speak and you don't hear anything. That's not a relationship. So I just want you, I'm really just want you to sit and really think about what you just said. That why would God reveal himself?
If I might
Oh,
say
I see your
something, and
hand
I
up.
agree
Go
with
ahead.
you, sis. I agree with you, sis. Um, the one thing when it comes to the Bible, and that's because I was a Hebrew Israelite for 6 years. Um, and the way we were taught, I was in the Institute of Divine Metaphysical Research. So we were taught to go to lexicons and concordances as well. Right? We were taught to go and decipher for ourselves. And the one thing I began to realize when I came out of it, it is not a book to be written to be read literally. Right? It is a code book. Right? It is a book that is written in code. And I think a lot of the times what happens is that we read it as if it's a story. We read it as if it's literal that these things did happen. And
Mm-hmm.
that's not necessarily the case. It's just like in Kemet, where people try to attribute a Sar or a Set as living beings when that's not in fact the case. Newt, Geb, none of these beings walk the earth. They're anthropomorphic expressions of what we're trying to conceptualize as processes of creation. And so when we do that, right, we get caught up in the literalism of trying to take something and literally in the book itself, for I speak to them in parables, but I give to you the keys to the kingdom of heaven. Right. So
Mm-hmm.
it tells you in the book, right, that I'm literally telling you this thing in a literal way when I'm speaking to them in stories and parables, because that's the way that many people can conceptualize what I'm expressing.
Mm-hmm.
So we get caught up in the literal side of it, and then we think that there's a literal being that's going to come out and say, because I know full well, in fact, that there's no being that's ever come down and said, hey, look, Ra, this is what's going to happen. Even when I was a Hebrew Israelite, none of that has ever happened, right? And I'm sure Apostle or any of them, Judah, whoever, because if you say it and that you did hear a voice, then you need to express to me what language was it in, right? What was the pitch and tone of the voice? When did it happen? What was the effect on on your physiological? All those things cannot be expressed or explained. But
Yeah.
what we do know is that it's not literal, right? For
Mhm.
example, when Apostle kept on going back to Bereshith, right? Bereshith is not a literal word. It doesn't mean in the beginning, right? It literally means in the mind of, right? So all this is taking place in another framework of of being conceptualized. It's never ever happened, right? So that's where I think we get caught up, and that's why I was so comfortable leaving it, because I knew that it wasn't literal. I knew it wasn't real. I said, okay,
Mhm.
this is make believe. This is somebody's rendition or
Mhm.
somebody's story that they want me to accept as reality. And when I got into understanding our African way of thought, right? That's why it's a good book for you to read by Jacob Carruthers, right? Called Meta Nature. He talks about how we
Mhm.
conceptualize reality, right? And
Mhm.
reality is that we take something and anthropomorphize it. So when you talk about, like the tree of life, that expression in that book, right? That's not a literal story. We know that can't be literal, because even in the book it says that when they ate of it, they became like one of us, knowing good from evil. So that means you became like God. So they can't be
Mhm.
literal. It's got to be something in it that's coded. And even and I lived in the Jewish community, and in the Jewish community, they told me that there's four levels of interpretation of the book. The
Mm.
first level is story, right? Is And then of course from there allegory, and then from there of course it's symbolism and so forth. So when we get caught up in the literal, and I understand because I've tested the supreme being myself, right? I'm like, shit, I'm gonna see, right? And so when you get to that point, that's the point of growth. That's the point of when you're being able to recognize, wait a minute, right? Somebody's taking something and expressing it in a way that's seemingly characters in a book that walked the earth when that never happened. So I applaud
Mhm.
you on your journey, right? I applaud you
All
for,
right.
having
Mhm.
enough courage, because it takes courage, right? See, it's easy
Mhm.
to stay in the womb of the Bible, in the womb of Christianity, or whatever your womb is, but it takes courage to venture out and start to test those things and see them for
Mhm.
yourself. So I applaud you in that regard, sis.
Yeah,
Well,
absolutely.
let me jump in here. Thank you for, I appreciate everybody sharing. Um, Now it's important for us to understand, like what the brother just did and how he spoke to Neo and what Neo's on her journey. When you say, brother, that it's not literal, and even whether I agree with you or not, when you say it's not literal, that is your take on it. And it's this is where we have to try to we have to really respect each other's I love these dialogues. We need these. But we need to understand I'm not triggered by what you said, but also as you speak, I think we must be more responsible to say, for me, it's not literal. I think because it's such a sensitive thing where we're talking about people's belief systems, where you're at a certain level, Brother Ra, you're at a certain level, Neo, I'm at a certain level, Judah's at a certain, so we need to be, I think just because we're acclimating ourselves to each other, I really think we need to be conscious of saying it's not literal in absolutes. The reason I say that is that's for you that it's not literal. Remember, we talked about that? It is literal for some. And I'm going to, before I pass it over, I'm going to talk about this thing. I love this conversation. I want to bring in some information about Julian Jaynes. Do I subscribe to Julian Jaynes? I'm not saying that I do. I'm talking about a conversation in a book and a um a philosopher. Okay, so Julian Jaynes, he is basically, I believe he was a psychologist. Definitely was a professor of psychology. Um, he was a philosopher and he wrote a book. Okay, the book was called some. Please forgive me. I got to get the book. The origin of consciousness in the breakdown of the bicameral mind. Now, speaking about that voice, in his research, he actually found that there is a voice in our minds. There is a voice for the people who believe. There's an actual voice. Now we can argue it's a voice that people made up. We can argue that it's a voice of God. That's a broader conversation that I think we can really respectfully discuss, without saying, "Oh, you're crazy." So Julian James, he was a he's a late psychologist and a philosopher. He wrote the book about the bicameral mind. He discussed the origins of consciousness, and he talks about a voice in our minds. I just want to throw that out there because, for someone who is, do you have the book? What is that, brother? Let me put you on the big screen. Let me see. How do I get you on the solo layout? Oh, here it is. Yeah, wonderful. Okay, so this is the book that I'm discussing. Thank you. And the book talks about, if you want to jump in and elaborate, that voice in the mind, that voice in our heads that we some people make jokes about it, some people mock it. Now again, I said I don't subscribe fully, but I can relate to a lot of the concept of God and its origin. Now I'm going to hand it over to Rod to just give us a little information of the book, and then I want somebody who does believe, who is a theist, to jump in and talk to us about what is the concept of God. Where does God begin? Does it begin in your mind, in psychology, or whatever? So go ahead. I can't let you. You have to elaborate on what I'm talking about because you have the book. Go ahead, Brother Ra. Okay. You're muted. You're muted. We can't hear you.
Okay, one of the things I read the book, and he talks about subjectivity, right, a lot. In fact, there's almost, I think, 60 or 70 times he mentions subjectivity in the book. And you're right when it comes to our subjective experience, right? I can't say if Judah Naz heard Yahweh or Yahweh or whatever. That's not for me to say, right? I agree with you when it says, when you say from my perspective, that book it's saying something uh, symbolic, right? I can't say you've ever heard or had some experience where you've, had a voice in your head. That's correct, right? But what I am saying, and in conclusion of the book, is that it is subjective, right? It is something that we cannot necessarily. I can't jump inside your head. You can't jump inside mine, and we can't have experiences via each other's, walk of life. But I can attest to things that the book itself says, right, in regards to how to read it or how to interpret it or how to extract meaning from it. And one of the most profound things when I begin to use the Greek translation of the New Testament, because that's the only real one that we really have this solid. Of course, you have the Dead Sea Scrolls, but that's another subject. But the word when he says I tell them things in parables, right? And I'm like, what? Why would the supreme being or God or Yahweh or Yahweh or Yahshua, whatever you want to call it, Yahashua, whatever the name is that you ascribe to those particular characters in the book, why would it tell you that I'm telling these things to people in a parable type framework? And then on the other side, I'm going to tell you things in a literal framework. And that to me was kind of the when the egg cracked open and said, okay, wait a minute, there's a game being played here. Now, do some of those characters exist in history? Absolutely, right? Herod, that person existed. Can't deny that. That's a historical fact, right? Those are people that actually walked the earth. Do I think that the book borrowed some of those characters to make the story more believable? Absolutely. But we can't prove there, and I'm not saying because we can't prove it doesn't exist, but I'm saying we don't have ex- emphatic proof that there's an Abraham, that there's a Noah, that there's a Canaan, a Cain, a Abel. None of those people we can verifiably say existed. So in that case, the only thing I have left to do is say, you know what? I can extract the meaning from those stories and gain the lesson and leave the rest behind. Because at that point, I start playing with reality and saying, wait a minute, this is literal, this really happened, then I got to accept everything in there as literal, right? So in that case, there has to be a maturity level with the book. And the thing about it is that when I talked to these rabbis, the rabbis themselves sat down and showed me in their own text, right, that there's 4 levels. I can't remember the name of the levels. I wish I had that information because I'd love to share that with y'all. But they actually showed me there's 4 literal levels of reading the book, right? If you're reading it in a literal level, you've missed a lot of the other points that are going on inside of the context. Like for example, the brother talked about Yod He Wah He, right, being in the written in the DNA. I get what he's saying. I understand it. I'm not I can't it's not that I can't conceptualize what he's saying, right? But does that necessarily mean it's true? That's left up for that person's interpretation, right? I know what he's saying when he's talking about creation and the process of creation, Yod He Wah He, right? There's 4 levels of everything that you look at. There's 4 blood types. There's 4 basic races of man. All those things can be added in or conceptualized underneath that particular perception. But when the problem is when you stay locked into that and say this is the truth, this is the only truth, then you lose. And that's one thing I can applaud Nepal on because she does go outside of those things. She does go into Kemet. I love the lectures that she does on Kemet and how it correlates with the Bible and those types of things. So that's where I'm at with it. That's where I'm coming from. My understanding is that, look, this is not the end all be all. There's more to it than this. In fact, we know it because it says that Moses was learning all the wisdom and knowledge of Egypt. So if that's the case, why would I not go to Egypt where he learned it from? Right? So it just makes sense to go beyond the book and beyond the literalism of it. And that book, The Origins of Consciousness and the Bicameral and the Breakdown of Bicameral Mind, he talks about subjectivity. That was the main point that I kind of extracted from what you were saying, and I agree. I will never tell you that you didn't experience those things, but I do question, right, as to what happens when you say you heard Yahweh or Yahweh, and I say I heard, Allah, and someone else says they heard Jesus, right? Then at what point do we kind of merge and can at least look at each other from a point of view and say, hey, we all are right, but at the same time, none of us has a monopoly on God or the supreme being.
Well, I'm a theist, so and I deal with science and mathematics, right? So I understand what y'all are saying, but like we said before I had to go teach my class, wisdom wasn't given to everybody, right? Some people, some of y'all, I'm sure, went to the white man's college, and you didn't tell that white man that that's your opinion. No, you sat down there and you learned that English come from German, and you went and got that degree so you can get that white man's job. That's what you did. You know you did. I'm not saying anybody on the panel. I'm talking about whoever is talking about, oh, well, this reality is when the Most High said, oh, you don't want to serve me, you're going to serve that white man. Now, some Negroes are okay with being the slave, right? You're not an African because there ain't no such word as Africa. We know that, right? That's from the Afar tribe and you ain't from there. And Africans don't think like so-called Negroes. You can't not be you can be a former Hebrew Israelite, which is a religion, but you can't be a former Israelite. My wife is Japanese because she says, I don't believe in Buddhists no more. She's still Japanese. Well, I'm black. Well, black means white. It means pale. And you're sitting here with dark skin. So you're confused, right? Hey, that's what I'm saying. The Most High, if he's here, look, I'm going to show you this. Either you got wisdom, you're going to reflect and contemplate on it, or you're going to go about your life living like an animal. Eat, sleep, shit, have sex, entertain yourself. And the Most High is fine with that, right? But when you're the mind, which is not the brain, the mind, you can measure the mind too. You know, they got gamma rays, they can measure your brain waves, right? Gamma is your highest. So when your mind is moving at a cycle per second at a high rate, right? The Most High even made the human brain, it's made for belief, right? So he did give like idols and stuff to the other nations, but not to Israel, because you do have an actual power. It's called spiritual power. The word spirit means mind. Your mind is a spiritual world, not out there. This is the factory for imagination, contemplation, judgment, reasoning. This is not opinion. This is the truth. Because like I said, when you went to the white man's college and he said, hey, you're going to do blah, 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 or high school or middle school, you didn't tell him, well, who wrote these books? Man, well, I don't. No, you went and did what that white man told you to do. As you got older and you hit your limit or your capacity, then you started to question, well, what is reality? Right? Well, for me, I didn't graduate college. Some of y'all might be scholastically higher than me. You probably graduated college, got degrees, whatever. Guess what? I didn't. I'm from the hood. Like, my parents didn't tell me to do nothing. They didn't push me to do nothing. Everything I learned when I started becoming intelligent is because I started studying the Torah. And when you study the Torah, doesn't mean being a religious zealot. I'm not a religious zealot. The Most High tells you, acquire knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. How do you go about doing that? You live on a planet that's living, study it. And then when you study all that, study yourself. What are you composed of? You're not just a lump of flesh. You are made in two components. So like the brother said, he understands that we are made in two natures. You have a spiritual nature and a physical makeup. What happens is people begin to tend to think that their physical is all that there is. But if you have a mind, then you just admitted you have a spiritual side. Right? Oh yeah. Sorry, my little boy's talking. Right? Now I think I remember this brother's channel from a while ago. So you can be a disbelieving Israelite, but you're never going to stop being an Israelite. You're just going to go into Egypt. Now, let me just real quick about that. This is not about banging on Egypt, right? Because he said, well, Moses was, but Abraham taught them. The sister here says that Jabari, everyone heard him say he makes up his things as he goes along.
Yeah, like the Hebrews. Like the Hebrews do.
No, we don't. You don't. Like I said, I speak.
Y'all speak. You speak paleo. You speak, and you believe in it. And you believing that we are Israelites.
Listen,
and you believing that we are Israelites is your opinion too.
You're trying to add confusion.
How do you prove to me that I'm Israelite?
Why are you interrupting me? I know you're triggered, but you need to study more.
Well, prove to me that I'm an Israelite.
I prove nothing to you.
So, but you said I am. You said I can't get away.
Excuse me. My job is to appeal to intelligent people. You don't see me going to the special needs class trying to tell them anything.
Well, I'm not special needs. I'm able to hold a conversation with you, and I think I've been doing a good job.
But anyway, she said she wanted to talk, not argue with someone asking special needs class.
No, I asked you. I'm asking legit. Can you prove to me that I'm an Israelite?
I'm a grown man. I don't talk to children.
So you can't prove to me I'm an Israelite?
You can be whatever you want to be. So as a man think or woman.
No, you said I am. No matter what I believe, you said no matter I can't stop being an Israelite. So how do you know I'm an Israelite? How do you know I'm an Israelite?
Can you stop being Japanese? No.
Can you tell me how? Well, I believe I'm a descendant of I believe I am an African that's a descendant of an African slave.
You can go back to whatever.
So can you tell me how do you know I'm an Israelite?
Cutting me off.
Can you prove to me that I'm an Israelite?
Nothing to you. The Most High didn't grant you wisdom.
He didn't grant me wisdom, even though I followed it. So when I was following the Israelite, when I was following the faith, what was I doing then?
He didn't like you. You was doing something wrong.
Oh, so now God doesn't like me.
Yeah, you're bugged out.
I'm bugged out.
Nobody besides a buffoon Negro will sit there and listen to the niggerish shit that our people say and think that it's normal.
It's a nigger.
Hold on, let me talk.
Bro, I'm not gonna. First of all, I'm not gonna let you talk. Number one, you said God don't like me, and you sitting up here getting all frustrated. But you want it. It's like you trying to prove something to us. But I think you trying to prove it to yourself. You trying to prove this shit to yourself. Like you get on here all day, you say all this little bullshit, and you can't even prove what you saying. I don't care about you, bro.
Why are you talking to me?
No, I'm just saying you getting upset. You getting upset because you trying to prove this shit to yourself, bro. You the one who's struggling. I'm not struggling. You struggling.
When it gets confusing and we can't hear either one of you, you guys, hold on. Just let's take a break. I'm gonna unmute everybody. And Judah left. Okay. Well, Judah, I just wanted you guys to take a minute because
and I'm not even trying to be funny, family. And it's getting late, so I ain't even gonna be on here long. And I'm just gonna say this. I don't know how many times y'all heard me say this on Sineta's channel. That religion make those men go crazy. You know what I'm saying? Okay. I legit was trying to ask him, give me proof how you know I'm an Israelite. And then he wanted to get mad and upset and saying I can't stop being an Israelite. Look how he's acting. And that's a man who's trying to convince me that he has the word of God in him. He don't even
Okay.
have basic discipline.
Okay,
You get what I'm
Judah,
saying?
hit the link again because I had to go. I actually went and talked to Sonnetter. So hit the link again and come
But
in
this
and
man claim he
answer.
knows God and God don't like me. You don't speak
Yeah,
for
I
God,
just wanted
bro.
you guys. It was we couldn't understand either one of you. So for like 1 second, I muted to both to say let's get some order, and I wanted to see what you guys were talking about. So come back in and hit the link, and if you can, Judah, answer that question. How does she know that? How do you know that she's an Israelite? Which I think we already. I mean, I think we already know.
No, I want to hear his explanation.
Okay,
I really want to hear his explanation. Like, not even trying to be funny,
I
but
hear you.
God doesn't like me. You know what I'm saying? But I'm an Israelite. How can he not like me? But according to him, I'm an Israelite. I'm a chosen person. He loves me. He loves my people, right? He
Yeah.
Israel. The Israel is his favorite, his chosen people. So why would he just not? You see what I'm saying? First I'm an Israelite. Now God doesn't like me. Maybe his God don't like me, but I really believe the top dog, the one who really in charge of all this, I believe that one loves me. That's probably why I don't follow this bullshit no more. Maybe this is a different God that I don't need to be following. That same
It,
God was
there,
sending snakes
there
to
should
bite
always.
the Israelites. He made them eat quail until it passed out. It sent bears to kill children because they was making fun of a prophet for having a bald head. Maybe that's not the God I'm supposed to be believing. Maybe that God don't like me. So, but that's crazy. But this man claimed he got the truth. So,
Okay, Neo. Adara and some other people are asking how they can find you.
okay,
So give me your information.
family, I'm gonna say this again, and I know y'all keep asking me this, and it's not that I
Don't
don't.
you say it. I'm muting you. I want to hear about I'm not clout chasing.
No. I'm not, and I'm not saying to. This is not even to you, Nepal. Like
But
this,
you
not even
don't have
about
to
you.
always say that. It's getting
But
to the point where
no, that's not what
saying
I was
that.
finna say. That was not what I was
Oh,
finna say,
okay.
sis.
Okay.
But I was talking to Reese when I made that comment. I was gonna say the reason why I don't get out my social media or give out personal information about me, and I'm picky on who can contact me, is because when I was practicing the Israelite faith and when I was coming out of it, those men are strange and deranged, and some of them were threatening my life. Some of them were threatening to rape me. So I don't want them to have my Facebook. That's why I had to make another. I just deactivate one page because somebody from Sinetta's channel found one of my social media, and I had to deactivate that because I don't want them to know my every move. They know I drive trucks. They
Yeah.
know where I'm at. Those men are dangerous. And I'm so sorry, but I don't know if y'all watch the news. These men who are not stable, they would take my life and not think twice about it. They just
Right.
burned the lady up in Africa because she talked about Allah. So I got to be careful when I'm dealing with religious zealots. So I don't give out my personal information like that because number one, I'm not trying to get famous like that. I'm really here for the information to talk and meet people like these two brothers on the panel, to meet people like Nepal, Sanetta. I feel where I'm at. I'm from Florida. I feel alone having the type of beliefs and thoughts that I have. People think I'm crazy because I don't believe in the Bible no more. Because I used to teach it, but now I question it and say, hey, I don't think this is real no more. Now I'm crazy. So I get on this type of platform to interact with y'all. You know what I'm saying? So I can be around amongst people who don't think even though I know I'm not crazy, but just to hear other people's point of view. I learn a lot. But that's the reason why I don't give out my social media, y'all. But if somebody wants to have a conversation with me, I can give you my email. And after I vet you for a while, then I might give you my phone number. I already met two people from Sinetta's channel who we speak on the phone. Y'all know I'm a truck driver, so I have plenty of time to talk. But that's the reason why I don't give out my social media. I guess it's safety reasons.
I get her. There's a lot, but I mean, I want all the smoke. Y'all want to get with me? We can do
We can
it.
definitely everybody. We're gonna close out.
I want
So
all the smoke, right? But I love to
yes.
build with you, Neo, because I think, like I said, I think we probably are a lot more alike than we think as far as
Hmm.
how
I
we
see
view
it.
things, right?
I see it.
Versus
Yeah.
that little narrow word,
Oh, I
right?
can't. I'm sorry, I can't hear you. I'm gonna have to go out and come back in. I can't hear you.
Yeah, do that. Come back in.
I think all of us on this panel are a lot more alike than we are disalike, right? Because we view things, and I don't mean no disrespect, right? As far as
You
how
never.
you
Nobody
purview,
disrespected
the
me on here
scriptures.
ever. I didn't get any disrespect. Look,
Um,
just because we disagree That's not disrespect.
Right.
All right.
Sometimes I play too much, or sometimes I get in my passion, and some people misunderstand that for like me being angry, or so no, this was a great build. I loved it. So go on, Neo, close
Thank
out, and then we could just go to the brothers close out, because we've been going for a while.
Yeah, and
Leo, I
I.
wanted to give you I wanted you to hit me up, right? So,
Mhm.
I'll put my email in the chat. I don't know
Okay.
if it might be going too fast, but
Mhm.
I'll put it in
Well,
there.
put it
So,
in the back. Did you put it on the back check or on the
oh, let me
chat?
put it in the back chat. I'll put it in the back
Okay.
chat. Yeah, yeah.
Go ahead, and is that everybody? What about the brother Tribal?
I'm gonna say this. It's a pleasure meeting you, Sister Nepal and Brother
Peace.
Sanetta. I've been watching Sanetta TV for years. He's a veteran in the game, and I look up to certain brothers that's actually on his channel. But anyway, I have a Facebook, as is written in my thing. It's the tribal thing. Quinn Butler's my name. Um, but it's a pleasure meeting you guys. I'm a fan, Neo. Love y'all. Much respect, Ra. I appreciate you. I learned a lot in this. So hopefully, one day I can join the chat again, and we'll have a better, more discussions like this. This is actually neat.
I like it. Yes, we really went in. Neil's good to spar with. I love to get that spar on with her. She understands and she can give it. I
Okay,
like
so
that. She's
it's all
little back. I love it. Okay.
Nepal. What is your zodiac sign though? You won't tell me what is it?
I
You,
told you
you
I'm a Gemini, but I'm an Aries rising.
okay? All right. Well, I'm a Leo. That's where it's coming from.
Oh, see, you're a fire
Okay,
sign.
so that's where it's coming from.
So Gemini and Leo, you're like, you know what? I'm very drawn to fire signs. I don't know if it's because of the fire rising, but I'm drawn to everybody. But Sonnetters are a fire sign too.
That's
Oh
my
Lord,
profession.
as
That's what
y'all
I do as
see,
a
we be
profession.
going.
Yeah, that's probably why y'all be setting everything up, boy.
That's
So,
my profession. That's what I do as a profession.
Oh, what do you do?
I'm an
Charts?
astrologer.
Oh,
Yeah.
you're an astrologer. Wow, really?
Mhm, mhm.
Okay,
All day,
well,
every day.
get your information out there. Send it to. You can email Sonnetter and also email me, because I wanted to.
Now, what I practice is different than what you probably are accustomed to.
What do
Because
you
what I
practice?
practice is different. What we
What?
know as astrology today is wrong, right?
do you
It's
do
all
readings?
yeah. I do. That's what I do. In
All right,
fact, I got
I'll
to do
hook
one
you
at
up
nine
because
o'clock in the morning.
I got to making a very important decision coming up soon, and I would like to see, what the stars might say.
Yeah, well, let me know. I gave you my information. It's on there. So
Right.
yeah,
So let me say
that's what I
this something about that according to the Bible. I want to do a debate, and I was kicking it around with a couple of Israelites, Bible believers. They say that astrology is evil according to the Bible. I can prove that it is, in fact, not
mm-mm.
evil according to the Bible, that it is
The
in
Bible
the
is
Bible.
astrology.
The Bible is astrology. That's exactly right.
I
Y'all
The
mean,
aren't
it's
ready.
a
tribe of
Y'all
numbers
Dan.
aren't ready
game.
for this panel.
It's
No,
it's
they
it's
not ready for that,
it's,
Nepal.
it's
The
mathematics all
tribe
over the
of
Bible.
Dan. Yeah, the tribe of Dan is Scorpio. When you begin to understand, that's why I say it's hidden keys within it. When you begin to understand, that's why the priest ephod had 12 gems on it. Those 12 gems are basically astrological underpinnings. So when you understand the tribe of Dan, that's why Samson is from the tribe of Dan. Samson
Hmm.
fought the lion. He ripped the lion. He has issues with Delilah, with Delight, right? So I mean, I won't get into it because we'll be all here all night, right? But
We need to do
um,
another. We
Hey,
need
that
to
we
do
need
that
to
another
talk
whole
more,
stream.
brother. Hey, my
yeah.
email is Quinn Butler, Quinn Butler, Butler 3939 at gmail.com.
Awesome.
So this is,
And you
if
do
you
the
can remember
astrology
it.
as well, huh?
No, no, I dabble in different sciences. I try to be well learned when it comes to a lot of things. So
Right. Thank you
Y'all,
for
I'm just a
joining.
student.
To, excuse me. To the brother Cedric, I think it was Cedric Ortega. Was that the brother who jumped on that sparked this? Oh Lord, I got a pain in my shoulder when I thought about it. One of the spirits came and said, "Don't talk about that man right now." No, I'm just kidding. To the brother who actually sparked this live stream when Sonnetter was doing his thing, telling me to wrap it up, and I got in my feelings and acted up and came over here. To him, I would love to have another conversation with him. I'm sure we will see more of him because Sonetter was really enjoying his conversation. So I just want to say peace to that brother as well. Peace to all the Hebrew Israelites who Neil does too, who I love very much. Not the ones who are trying to destroy each other. I don't like that. But the ones who are just trying to, this is the thing about religion. I think we can all agree with this. God never said put yourself into the book. He never said get in this book, worship this book, everything in this book. Don't worry about what you know about me. Don't worry about your connection with me. Don't worry about that voice that you hear. Shout out to Julian James. God didn't say that ever in anything. What you're not supposed to worship a book or put yourself in a book and then condemn people for not wanting to join you in that box. So we all agree in that, right? God is a connection with you. And let's keep it that way. And let's talk more about consciousness. I'm going to have a sidebar with my sister, Neo, because consciousness is not in the brain only. So I had to leave it on that. You notice how I left it.
Yeah,
It on that, right? So
I smell a debate coming.
nah, we ain't debating. We agree. We
no,
agree.
I'm just
we're gonna
talking.
talk.
I'm just
Like this.
instigating.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
just
we already
talking.
had that discussion. We agreed to not debate. So
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a
We're not
I
gonna
want to.
podcast.
Nah,
I
You
have a
know who I
all
podcast
good.
as
do?
well.
You know who I do want to debate really bad. I want to debate Nathalie. I want to
Oh
debate
That'll be a
Lord,
her.
we
good
know
debate.
what you are.
That'll be a good
No,
debate.
Just a second. Don't do it. Stop.
I no, I'm serious. I want her bad, bro.
Remember
I
the
don't.
last time you did that on my stream?
Okay, all right. I forgot. But I'm just saying,
No. You know what?
her,
You shouldn't. You should. We will work that out.
her,
Sonetta will set that up probably.
yeah, her, and I want to see what. Get your hand out my pocket. Like, is he itching for me? Every time I'm on here, he's saying something. He want to debate me, and I want to see what it is he wants to debate. But Shechem, what is your email again? Because it didn't come through the back chat.
Look what King
I'll put it
Galing
in there
said
again. Also, I got a
about
podcast
Nepali.
called Cosmic Combos.
King Galing Swaggerlific?
Who he talking about? Me?
Swaggerific. No, he's talking about the one you said you want to debate.
Oh, okay.
Miss Choni X said, Napah is show enough beautiful. So are you. Look at her. I like when beautiful sisters call me beautiful. It makes, you know how people like when, like you're a sister, you feel like, oh, the brothers call me. I don't trust any. I love you brothers out there who are respectful. I don't mean I love you like I mean as sister. I love the brothers saying, oh, Napah, you beautiful. But, brothers be saying everybody's beautiful. But the sisters, like when I hear a sister say you're beautiful, I feel really good. I'm like, not that I don't sound like I'm, biased, but you ladies know what I mean. Because women are very picky and very hard on other women. So thank you. Look at this gorgeous sister call me beautiful. Ooh, I'm feeling myself right now, Neo. Don't stop me.
I'm done.
Okay. Thank you. I love you guys. Anybody want to say anything before I close? Oh, shout out to Senator. You know I love you. You know I get in my feelings, and so do you. In fact, I think I'm becoming more and more like, am I going to stop? Oh God, one of us has
Yeah, I
to
got to
be.
do your chart. I got to do your chart. I've been waiting to
Actually,
see
you
this.
know what? This was before I became a Hebrew Israelite, and I'm not saying it's evil, but I used to do charts. That's what I learned a lot from my mother. Remember, I was talking about my mother and her spirituality. But yes, you should do Netter's chart with me. You should implement.
I already got Sonetta some of his parameters. I got his parameters. I know that Mercury is in Aries. That's why we got that tongue. He got that tongue, boy. That Mercury Aries will
Yes.
cut you quick, boy.
Oh, I know that's right.
That Mercury
With
Well, I'm
that
a
Aries
said, shout
Taurus,
out.
fast, boy.
Shout out to my brother, New Black World Order King Shaw. Please go subscribe to his channel. He is a brother who is always boots on the ground, always giving. He unfortunately had a tragedy in his life where his daughter was taken by men and murdered. So Tasia died. Go to his channel, look at his movements. Justice for Tasia. And Tasia is my angel.
Do they know who did it? Do they?
Yeah, they know who did it. It's a very sad. There's some videos on my channel and on Sonetter's channel and on his about Tasia and what happened. It's very, very tragic. And this is one brother who deserves the utmost respect and support. So please go support him, subscribe to his channel. I see my brother out there, Max Burden, and I saw Reese and Benita and all the people who, if I didn't name you, it doesn't mean I don't love you. I see you out there. I appreciate you being here. Anyway, it is now 6 o'clock in the morning, wherever you are in the East.
Can I shout out
So,
my channel, Cosmic Combos? Y'all
yes,
check it out. I got
brother. Go ahead and put it in the chat and also shout it out.
Yeah, y'all come check me
I
out.
left my Facebook and stuff in the chat too.
Oh, good. Okay, great.
Too. I got you already, King.
Neil's the only one over here being all incognito, and I agree with why, though. I agree with why.
Oh yeah. But once I do my priest, I'm just gonna do another page. You know what I'm saying? I'm just gonna revamp my page. But I'm just gonna have to move carefully because I'm telling you, one of my relationships almost ended because someone actually found me. You feel what I'm saying?
Believe me, I know. If anybody knows, I know the crazy things that have happened to me in my life. I've had people come to my home in the past, cut my cable wires, put manure on my yard, follow me, call me up playing, blasting the Bible.
Yeah, really? One dude, he walked up on me. I was getting out the truck at a truck stop, and he walked up on me and he was like, "Sister Zion." And I turned around like, "Who the hell is who did he walking up on me? Boy, you was about to get shot." Like, but he was wound up being a fan, but I was just telling him that, hey, don't do that because you know those guys threatened me. So, but he knew who I was. So
it is scary. It's scary. But you know what? Just because you are speaking out, a lot of women face. I mean, you're a strong sister, but you're still a woman. And this is my perspective. Some sisters will get offended, saying, "Not you, Neil." Some women say, "I can protect myself." No, I don't believe that women are. I believe women need a certain amount of protection from men. So, just because you speak up against a religion does not give men a right to abuse you or attack you. Please listen to this, brothers. And I'm not talking only Hebrew Israelites. I'm talking to people who are zealots, Christians, Muslims, is Israelites, and even some of the small hats. They're cuckoo in this one community. It's called the Lev Tahor community. Anybody heard about that? It's the actual European. I'm gonna get it right now because I got to put them on blast. Give me 1 second. Lev Tahor, I think. It's a cult, and they are killing people up in there. Lev Tahor. Yes, it is an extremist religious group founded by Shlomo Hellbrand in 1988. They moved to like Guatemala, and they just start wiling out. So, that reminds me of who else, y'all? Nature Boy.
Oh wow, yeah. I know about Nature Boy.
He's crazy.
So women are in need of protection. So I understand what you're saying, Neil. Whoever needs to get some sleep, it's 6 o'clock.
Yeah, I got work in the morning.
You do? Are you on the East Coast?
No, I'm in Chicago.
Oh, it's still late. It's 5 there.
Yeah, it's 4:13 actually.
Oh, it's 4. That's right. My clock is wrong. Anyway, everybody, thank you for joining. I can't tell you how awesome this was. And I want you to join again. Oh, Max said he needs 90 minutes. I hope you don't mean sleep. Stop trying to be like me, Max. I only need 90 minutes sleep. Is that what you meant? Yeah, I only need 90 minutes of sleep too. I'm like a bird. I'm like a fish. Let's talk about sleep next time, because there is a brother that I'm speaking to, someone that I actually has contacted me about sleep and how it's connected to. Remember, y'all were talking about dreaming. Mm-hmm. We need to start discussing that. Like, how does the lack of sleep or sleep deprivation affect the mind and affect your concept of God? That would be a great topic, right?
Oh, astral projecting.
Hello. My mom did that before.
I think I'd be doing it. My dog be looking at me when he be looking.
You know what? I'm going to tell you a story and jump it out the window.
That's where deja vu comes from, actually.
Deja vu is, you're on the right track when I was talking about sleep. Yes, and sleep deprivation. I want to tell you a story that happened to me. I'm jumping all the way out the window. Shout out to my sister, Professor X, Pop Lock Queen. I was sleeping one day and I had some enemies coming against me who do like what people call witchcraft, or they dabble in the occult. Not, I don't like to say occult. They dabble in um
Magic, some of that.
dark
Yeah.
magic, black magic, but again, that's not even something that I'm saying is negative,
Right.
but they misuse it. This man, the one of their high priests, manifested himself in my room, looking through my my office and my dressers and my closets. They were searching for some information that I had on them, and I am not lying. I was in a dreams, like a trance
REM
state.
sleep.
It wasn't dream, in between wake and sleep, in
Lucid
between.
dreaming. Hmm.
Yes,
Yeah.
not even lucid dreaming, but before REM. When you're going into the REM state, it's
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
like in between wake and sleep. Um, and I could see him going around looking through my stuff. He astral projected into my home to look for that stuff. Because the fact is, later on, he was like, he said, I astral projected, I was in there, and I will find it. I'm going to visit you again. And that blew my mind. So, anyway, I jumped out the window, but this is for my sister, Professor X. This isn't for the tough crowd. But anyway, no, it really did happen though. So we can talk about astral projection. Do you believe? Do you believe that it's
Yeah.
possible astral projection?
Yes.
Neil,
It's
you
very
mentioned
possible.
it.
It's real. It's definitely real.
Yeah, theta state. There you are, Sheree. Look at Sheree, all intelligent, and hit the link. All right, family. Anybody else want to jump out the window before we go? Because I can
No,
jump out the window
no,
again.
No,
no, you're good. I was just
I'm good.
saying with the astral projecting, something happened to me that I can't really explain. I chucked it up to dreaming, but I don't have dreams that I swear I was flying around and it was weird. Like it felt like it was real, but I don't know. I just chucked it up to being a dream.
Oh my
So,
gosh, my mom did that. She used to astral project, and she told me that she went to the pyramids of Giza. She went all around the world flying, and so I've never astral projected, but like I said, I witnessed someone who did astral project in and into my space as I slept. And you see a lot of people, a lot of warlocks, a lot of Satanists. You got to be careful who you give your energy to. By the way, I had opened myself up to that person's energy. No one can do, people say, oh, that won't happen to me. Well, it won't if you don't open yourself up to the energy. The key is when you open yourself up to the energy, then you allow that person to invade your space.
yeah, like I said, I don't know if it was real or not. I just felt like maybe it was a really, really good dream. But I did feel like I left for a minute and came
We
back.
got to talk about it.
So because I was like, it was just a point of view. It was like looking down. It was just it was just a weird point of view. So
Wow.
seeing the oceans and the ground, it's like it wasn't like I was seeing it from a. It was like a bird's eye view. That's the only thing that was kind of weird about it. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, that's
So,
cool.
but
I
I don't
tried
know.
to.
Now I'm not saying I don't want nobody like, oh, Neil being spooky. I'm not saying that this actually happened. I don't know. I just said it could have been a dream, but I can't explain it. So I don't
Right.
know.
No,
But
no, I am. No, it's not. I mean, it's up to you if you believe it was a dream or not. But
I don't know.
I do know there are so many accounts, and I have attempted. I tried to do it, but when I felt myself getting into it, there was an apprehension where I was like, no, because I have this thing. I don't know what it is, but I don't know if anyone else has ever felt this. It's like a feeling of sometimes in sleep, like letting go too much. I don't think I was tethered like most people, and I got
Oh, she went out.
Yeah.
Hey, but why until she come back? Y'all want to check y'all email? I send y'all. See, make sure it went through. So
Hold on, hold on, hold on.
Let me just check right quick.
Yeah, give me 1 second, y'all. Give me-
After I sent the both, because both of y'all put it in the back chat, right?
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah,
I
I
got
did.
Okay.
it. Yep. Yep.
Okay, good. That's my email. So
So
Yeah, if you want to look into your that's why I told. Remember, you asked the question if I acknowledge if it's a such thing as free will, and I told you no. Right?
I
It's
don't
not.
think it is. This from my research and the philosophy of it all. And then it's this good book from a dude named Sam Harris. He got a book called Free Will. I really like his philosophy on why he don't believe it either.
Did you
I didn't
guys
get
hear
your.
me at all?
No, you went out.
Okay, I want to tell you something.
I didn't
I
get your
was just
email at all.
saying that is why
Oh,
I
you
believe
didn't
in the
go.
Most High, and that is why I believe in the Most High sending spirits to protect me and guide me. I was about to say some crazy stuff right now, and the Most High told the angels, "Okay, turn that off. Don't let her say that ignorance." So I did say it.
You
So
said, I'm sorry, Nepal. I ain't trying to cut you off because I gotta go. Did you
yeah,
say
we're
you
closing
didn't?
out.
No, you good. You said you didn't get my email. Oh, you
Uh-uh.
did.
No, no, I
Well,
did not.
hold on.
I'll put it in there again for you.
Okay, so while they do that, I want to say peace to everyone. I'm so into esoteric energy. That's awesome, Sheree. I want to
Yeah,
see.
that's where I send it to.
Yeah, you guys work that out off the stream in the
Okay.
back chat. When I end the stream, you can still work that out.
Oh,
Somebody
okay.
say peace to the chat. Excuse me. She didn't have to drop off. Peace, peace to the chat. Excuse me. Peace to you, Brother Ra, Neo, and all the rest of the panel. And yeah, we'll have more of these conversations on the HOK platform.
Did you ever
And
find a
peace,
co-host?
Max. Huh?
Did you ever find a co-host? Because I hit you up. I was like, I
A
sent you
co-host for the Sister
cause,
Sit Down?
cause yeah, I think you were looking for. I don't know if you were looking for a male. Cause
Yes. I was looking to add a male to the Sister Sit Down panel.
Mhm.
No, you know what? I have to look into that. I haven't even, I've been so much stuff has been going on. I still have to send out the certificates to the sisters for the class. Shout out to the sisters from the class. I have to start setting up the panel, and I will be doing that soon. Email me again so I'll know it's you, because I don't know there's like
I
so
sent
many
it through
things.
Facebook. I hit you up through Facebook, so I
No,
don't
no,
know
I
if
don't.
you
I
looked
don't
at it.
ever look at those inboxes. So
Okay,
send it to
okay.
my email, please.
Is
Um,
your email? Is it public or is it? Because I don't know if I have it. Or you might want to
I
put it in the
think
back chat.
Max, please. I'm sorry. I know it's late. Can you please drop my email in the chat for the brother Sheree? Yes, I'm going to have another class. Get my email from the chat. Um, and I will give you
Okay,
information on that. It was good too. I loved the sisters.
okay,
The sisters are so patient. I do have to send out their certificate, and we're going to do like a little announcement of who completed the course. So thank you so much
I
to
got it.
everybody. I keep saying thank you. I really just don't want to go, but I have to because it's late. It's been 4 hours. So Netter's already asleep. Everybody's probably falling asleep. I love you very much. Brother, email me again. There it is.
Okay,
Thank you, Max. I'm going to put it up there. Thank
I
you,
got it.
brother. It's a tribal thing. Thank you, Neo. Neo, you can come back in and get the information in the back chat. You didn't have to drop off. So I'm going to end the stream. All right. Peace, family.
Okay. Peace.
You're very welcome, Sheree.